There's only a couple people. There's only a couple people in this. They can probably hear you. Hello, for those of you who stumble upon this later. I'm Dr. Jared Jones. My specialty is ancient systems of meditation, in particular Buddhism and a little bit of Taoism, as well as, uh, well, the cognitive science of meditation was part of my research, a little bit of modern physics, a number of different things, as well as the philosophy of science and middle way philosophy. Hello, Pavlova. Good to see you again. So, unlike my sit and see class, which is all about meditation and questions about meditation, this is yet another open Q&A. So you're welcome to ask whatever questions you'd like relevant to Buddhism, whether they are friendly or unfriendly. I do not mind. Um, bring bring whatever you'd like to bring, and I'll do my best to address it here live. Also, the announcement that I made on the other page, since this is a new stream, I'll probably say this a few times because people will be coming and going, but really exciting, we hit 1,000 subscribers. So I'm going to put up a video about this, just saying thank you and I love you guys, and I'm really overwhelmed and humbled by the enthusiasm everyone's had for my private world of thoughts and my private little world of thoughts that have all of a sudden become very public. uh, and with the funds that have come in so far supporting this effort for doing this content and making this channel, there's been about £800 in total that have come in. I took all of that except for £38, which I used to get a hamburger for my wife and I. So all besides that, I took all of that plus some money out of savings to purchase a high-end, relatively high-end streaming laptop that can do multi-streams to multiple platforms, do high-end video editing. I'm going to be upgrading the microphone setup when the money comes in, when more money comes in, as well as getting a lapel mic so that I can do standing meditation and walking meditation with you guys on live. And the stream will be stable. Right now, my computer poops out and drops the stream and starts bugging out after about 3 hours. And I want to be able to stream whatever amount of time I'd like to stream and talk to people. I'm happy to sit on here for 8 hours if you guys want to talk to me that long. So that being said, tonight, of course, we're going to be doing the normal thing. I'm going to be answering your questions live. But also, there is a little bit of a special thing I have pinned down in the comments. So, to finish upgrading the setup, lapel mic, some lighting so that I don't look like I'm on the moon by the time we get done with the evening sessions, and I need to get a boom for the studio mic here, and I need to upgrade my phone so that it will actually talk to my devices, other devices and stuff when I'm doing this sort of thing without it going completely nuts, which is one of the problems I'm having now. Basically, all of my technology is very old. So tonight, if possible, I'm trying to raise the final £1,000 that I would need to finish upgrading this setup for you guys, number one. And number two, some of those funds would go towards just paying the bills and so forth for my household, so that for those of you who don't know, I put in between 70 hours and 100 hours a week doing this for you guys and with you guys. So I don't have time to do something else also and make money doing that. So if the community is able to support me in just existing, then I can put in all of the hours required to make sure that this carries on. So please do, if you find this later or just happen through the stream while you're here, drop whatever you can in one of the links below. And if today or tonight or over the course of the next few days through this live stream and other ones I can raise that £1,000, then I can shut up about money for a month and I can just focus on making the content and the doing the live streams and so forth that you all want me to do. So now I'm going to start addressing questions as they come in, and probably every 20 minutes or so I'll go through this spiel again. I hate doing it, honestly, but it's a bit of the nature of the beast if you want to be a streamer, I suppose. Okay, so how long have you been vegan? Personally, I'm not vegan. I did spend a couple of years, around I think around 2 years as a vegetarian. But Buddhism in general doesn't require you to be vegan or vegetarian. The Chinese Buddhism, as I covered on the stream yesterday, Chinese Buddhism does have a couple of sutras that, as far as I know, don't exist in quite that way either in the Sanskrit versions or in any of the other canons of Buddhist thought on earth that basically say you need to be a vegetarian. But um, those don't exist in all of the canons. There are some in the Tibetan canon, for example, that also say this, but then there are a whole bunch of other places where the Buddha is actually quite harsh about those who are being vegetarian and actively and says that it's okay to eat meat under certain conditions, as long as you're not harming other beings yourself by eating that meat or actively asking someone else to kill something so that you can eat it, right? So this is what the Buddha said very roughly and briefly because I covered it very recently. Um, of course, I'll go back. We'll go back and answer all these questions again at some point because they always come up. But uh, yeah, okay. Let's move on from that subject. So the next question is: those of you who are stumbling in from the wild west of wherever you happen to be, pop your questions into the chat. This is an open Q&A, and I'm happy to answer whatever questions about Buddhism you have. Okay. I read a temple from the book of a book from the temple I visited the other day. It says, cleric, haven't heard of anything quite like it. The method is the method by which you visualize a glowing orb at the seventh base, which is apparently the presence of the Buddha Dharma and maybe the Sangha, something like that. Okay. So one of the okay, well, I'll come to you. For those who are new to how I do this, I basically go through every comment in the order it comes in. So if I'm not getting to your question, do hang in there, and I will get to everybody unless my stream crashes, which hopefully after the new laptop comes, hopefully that won't be a problem anymore. But for now, it may still happen. So as long as the stream is live, I will eventually get to you. So hang in there. Okay. Yes. Well, thank you all, because if it were not for your donations to support me doing this, I couldn't do it. So thank the community for supporting me through my hard work and efforts to provide all of this. Thank the community for making it possible that I can do that without having to also do something else. There is nothing else I want to be doing besides doing this for 100 hours a week. This is what I love. As some of you know from talking to me, if you reach out to me, I will talk to you for 3 hours on the phone tomorrow about your practice and help you make it better. There is nothing on earth I want to do more than this, and I will help anyone who comes to me completely for free, and I don't care how much time it takes to do so. So that's why I'm here. In order to do that, however, I have to you know, I have to be able to keep the lights on. So thank the community and those who so far have chipped in to allow me to be able to do that. Because unfortunately, the world does take money to go around. Yeah, cleric knows. If you call me, make sure that you have some time scheduled, because I can, and this is all I do. So I can and will spend 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours talking to you if that's what's needed to help. You know, I can also talk to you for 10 minutes if that's all that's needed. Because I genuinely want you to get this stuff. And I genuinely want you to make progress in what you're doing. And sometimes it just takes time to sort it out and talk about it 17 different ways and figure out which way makes it click. And I'm more than happy to do this. So, as I said, no, I won't say that again yet. Okay. So, I'm not as familiar with the Dharmakaya movement as I am with other forms of Buddhism, so it is quite common in visualization practices to visualize Buddhas or visualize syllables or visualize light sources of various kinds as part of those practices. I can't speak to the particular technique that's being used there, but visualizing sources of light and visualizing light inside the body and so forth. These are fairly common techniques. Um, it's my humble opinion that it's difficult to take those on as a first type of practice because it requires you to already have relatively good control of your mind to visualize something and use the visualization image as the focal point for developing concentration. It's just hard to develop concentration that way if you don't have a lot of time to do it. If you had 16 hours a day to do it, it's fantastic. But if you don't have a lot of time to do it, it's quite difficult. So, yeah, there are benefits to visualizing light in particular because it makes your mind more bright and fresh. And if you're visualizing things inside the body, then as I've said on previous streams and videos and so forth, at least mm, from a Chinese medical perspective, Tibetan medical perspective, tantric perspective, you're pooling the winds, you're pooling the chi, you're pooling the sub-physical substances that come along with mind in the areas where you're visualizing things, and therefore you can create more sophisticated kinds of effects in your meditative practice. Here's the other element. If you meditate on certain points in the body, according to all sorts of systems, you don't have to visualize light. Light will occur. You will see light from putting the mind in certain places inside the system. And without saying too much, I can tell you this is definitely true. This is something that happens, and it's part of the process of training in certain systems like Taoist Neigong and certain aspects of Buddhist practice at more sophisticated levels of practice. So actually, you don't have to visualize light in certain points in the body for you to see light there. If your consciousness gets subtle enough while you're concentrated on certain points in the body, you just see light there. Mentally, you see light in that location. So again, for what it's worth, how important those experiences are depends. But yeah, that's a fairly normal thing. Okay. I meditated for an hour each day and will soon be attending my first Vipassana retreat. Fantastic. Kaput Maker, you have returned. Where participants meditate for 10 hours a day. How should I prepare for the experience? How you should prepare for the experience is make sure that you do a lot of physical exercise before you go into retreat that makes your body more comfortable for being in retreat and sitting for that long every day. Because holy crap, sitting on your butt, with especially as I was saying in the previous stream, your knees are designed to move like this. If you try to make them, it's a hinge, right? Like a hinge on a door. So if you try to make your knee bend in this direction, like your wrist bends, right? Your knee goes like this, one direction. If you try to make it bend like this, you'll end up with knee problems, and by the time you're 40 years old, you won't be able to walk anywhere. A lot of meditators end up with knee and hip problems because they don't know how to sit properly. So do your best to try to get your legs into positions that are actually comfortable. And if you get uncomfortable, then sit in a chair or sit in some other position that is not screwing your body up for life. Because to borrow from the Taoists, if you can do really good practice into your 80s or 90s instead of ruining your entire body by the time you're 40 or 50 and making it impossible to do more practice, that's better. Right? That's much better. So do some exercise before you go into it. Make sure your body is in the best condition it can be, especially your legs, your knees, your hips, your lower back. And then while you're on retreat, also do sort of, if you remember the exercises I showed you, do light exercises that keep the spine and neck and shoulders and hips loose and so forth, so that it's more comfortable to sit. Because it's hard to sit for 10 hours or so a day. It's not easy. Okay. What did the Buddha say about the afterlife? The Buddha said that two aspects. Chinggis Bingus. Man, you guys in your screen names, you're putting me to shame here. I just have Dr. Jared Jones. It's so boring. So, what did the Buddha say about the afterlife? The Buddha said that when you pass away, when you pass away, at the time of death, the moment of death, your state of mind is extremely important. How important is it? Let me give you a positive example instead of a negative example. During the Buddha's lifetime, there was a person who had never interacted with the Buddha before, hadn't done any practice, hadn't done any training, and in the very final moments, dying from some disease, he developed faith in the Buddha, for example. And this is going to trigger some people. Please hang in there. I promise it won't be all about this kind of thing. Had developed some faith in the Buddha. And because of this one moment of virtuous mind, right as he was dying, took rebirth in the upper realms. So the state of mind that you have at the time of death, according to Buddhist psychology, is the throwing karma, in the sense that your mind is sort of here, right? And that karma, that action is the one that sort of grabs your mind and tosses it into the next existence. So it's extremely important that at the time of death, you have the ability to generate positive and virtuous states of mind. As one of my teachers said, my heart guru used to say, all of your practice really comes down to the moment of your death. Can you generate the state of mind that is required at the moment of death, or can you not? Everything else, in a really important sense, doesn't matter. And so when, once again, as I've said on previous streams, if you're following along with gratitude meditations and listening to, I don't know, the Calm app and Pink Noise and blah, 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 if you're dying of some disease horrifically in the hospital, you're not going to be able to generate that state of mind. You're totally screwed from a Buddhist standpoint. The odds that you're going to generate the state of mind you need to take a good rebirth are not high. Now, caveat to this, if you have relationships with holy beings like your teachers, gurus, monks, nuns, blah, 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 sometimes if they have really good connection with you, they can benefit you in the process of dying, according to the canon. And sometimes even if you are sort of in between lives, what's called the bardo period, while you're there, or even while you've already taken rebirth in certain types of harmful rebirths, through the collective action of monks and nuns and other holy beings who have connections with you from your current lifetime, this lifetime, they can do certain things to help you come out of that rebirth and go back into a better rebirth. And I know that's going to sound weird for a lot of Theravadan practitioners, but it's in your canon. It's in the Pali canon too. It was either Maudgalyayana or it was Shariputra's mother who passed away and was reborn in the lower realm. And they went to the Buddha and said, what do we do? My mother's in a lower realm. And the Buddha told him, well, you need to have the monks and nuns do such and such and such. And then you need to dedicate the merit of all of that to your mother and she'll take higher rebirth. So even in the Pali Canon, this sort of thing is there. So we are interconnected. So some of what happens to you is due to your karma, and some of it is due to the relationships we have with each other. And the karmic relationships, I suppose, in terms of collective karma, collective action of us being interconnected beings. So the afterlife can be destination in all sorts of different kinds of rebirths. You can take rebirth in a heavenly realm. You could take a rebirth in a hellishly painful and uncomfortable realm. You could take a rebirth in a spirit type realm where you can see, like, listen to near-death experiences. If you'd like to know a bit of what the afterlife could be like, go on YouTube and look up, in particular, the bad ones. Look up the ones where people have bad experiences, and those sound an awful lot like, in a number of cases. I'm going to put together a video at some point of this, but in a number of cases, though some of the really bad rebirths sound like the types of rebirths that are described in the Buddhist canon, like the ways that the lower realms are described, the way that the spirit realm is described, the in-between period between dying and rebirth in the NDE experience, the bardo, what we would call bardo, the qualities of the mind that the person has in that state are what's described in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. You have clairvoyance. As soon as you think, I'd like to be at this location, immediately you appear there. You can know people's thoughts. Your mind can appear in two locations at one time and know what's happening in multiple locations. This is all described in the canon. And that's what happens to people in NDEs. So if NDEs are real, it's virtually identical to what's being described in our texts. You know, there are some differences, of course, but there's significant similarities. So what happens is you die, you enter this bardo thing where you have this bardo experience where you have a very different experience of yourself, and then you take rebirth as something, mostly due to your karma, but also due to the relationships that you have with holy beings and beings that are much more powerful than we are at the current time. Okay. We have reached the 20-minute mark, so I'll tell the new people that are happening through. We've hit 1,000 subscribers. I put everything except for the cost of a couple of hamburgers that has come in terms of donations so far into upgrading the setup for streaming so that I can stream hardcore more full time. For those of you who don't know, I'm putting in between 70 and 100 hours a week. I would like to continue doing that because there's nothing else I want to do in the world. I want to keep supporting the community, helping the community. To do that, I need to buy a few more tools to make this setup really professional. And I need to be able to cover the bills for June. So if you have it in your heart and you want this to continue, you want me to do more lives, more classes, more content, donate below whatever you can. And if I can raise £1,000 in the next 3 or 4 days, then all of June is covered and I can just sort of shut up about the money stuff and get on with it. So whatever you can, click the link below right now. Drop some money in there, whatever you're able to do. Come back to the stream and we'll carry on talking about all of this stuff. Okay? That would be really, really, really helpful. And then I can carry on doing all this stuff with you guys. All right. If you find this later, same thing. Just hit pause. I know you're at work or you're driving or you're whatever and listening to this on the go because it's a 4-hour or 3-hour stream, but just hit pause, click the button, do the thing, and come right back and listen to more because it's really, really, really meaningful and will allow me to carry on doing this with you guys. Okay. Greetings. Badwal. Suraj Badwal. That's a fantastic name. All right, greetings. I want to ask you, since we talk about causality and conditionality, what are the conditions for the arising of one of the two upeka san, sorry, I can barely read, santura chitta. Okay, so one thing I ask my fellow Buddhists in the room is, since a lot of people won't know these terms, and since most of the terms that I've studied, I've focused mainly on learning them in Tibetan, not in learning them in Pali or Sanskrit, please do put them in English in the chat. Yeah? And that'll help people that are not experts, and it'll also help me in answering your questions. So if Suraj, if you'll put that into the chat now at the bottom, I'll answer your question right now. Just tell me specifically what mind, because I know Chitta is mind, but I'm not sure what Upeka Sandirana is without having to look it up. Riven, greetings from Sri Lanka. Greetings from Scotland. For those of you who don't know, I'm an American living in Edinburgh, which I'm sure you've seen on Instagram and everywhere else because it's the best city in the world. It's the city of Harry Potter. Okay. Okay. Why is Buddhism going to go out of existence not in 250 years, but 2,500 years? So the Buddha predicted that, and this is a really fascinating subject, but the Buddha predicted his teachings would cease to exist in a form in which people can use them to accomplish the realizations he said are possible within 5,000 years of him teaching them. And so we are now halfway through that process. And ironically, according to some of the great gurus, part of the process of the Buddha's teachings going out of existence is that they become more popular, which is totally counterintuitive. But you have to remember that the real teaching is not that people have a bunch of junk in their head about Buddhism. It's that they've actually done practices and accomplished them and can teach other people how to accomplish them. And so probably 2,500 years from now, this video will still be up on the internet somewhere. And there will be more teachings than ever and more information about this than ever. But as with the development of modern mindfulness techniques and the calm app and the all of these videos on the internet teaching people how to meditate that isn't actually teaching them to meditate, etc. As this stuff gets more popular, more and more sort of half versions of it pop up, if that makes sense. So the Buddha described it like this. It's a fantastic analogy, absolutely fantastic analogy. And soon when I have the laptop, I'll be able to pull this stuff up as we're live. But if I do that now, my computer will crash. That's how old my computer is. So this is so cool. So the Buddha said, the teachings of the Buddha don't go away all at once, like a ship sinking into the sea. He says, the Buddha's teachings go away a little bit at a time, in the same way that the rim of a drum goes away slowly over time as you put more and more pegs into the rim of the drum. So think of a drum, right? Like an African drum, for example, where you have a skin stretched over a hollow tube. And to make the skin stay on the tube, you hammer little wood nails into the rim. And over time, the skin gets loose, and so you hammer more in. And eventually, you've hammered so many in, right, is the analogy. You've hammered so many in that the rim completely ceases to exist. All of the original parts have gone away, and it's been replaced by new parts. In the Western canon, we have another analogy, the ship of Theseus. So the ship of Theseus is a ship that owned by Theseus that had existed for so long in whatever part of Greece that every single plank and part of the ship had been replaced. And so philosophers were debating, is this still the ship of Theseus? If you've replaced every single part of it, how could it still be the same ship, right? It's like, to make it simpler, imagine you had a hammer, right? And the top of the hammer, the head of it got worn out, so you replaced it. And then the bottom of the hammer got worn out, the handle got worn out, so you replaced it. Is it still the same hammer? I mean, it's still going to drive nails, but it's not the same hammer anymore, right? So the Buddha said that his teachings go out of existence slowly over time, ironically, actually, according to some of the modern yogis, by becoming more popular. And what happens is it gets, you have a portion that, in this measure, let's say that this is the full Buddha's teachings, right? And so he teaches the full teaching. And then to make so few people understand it and make it a little more accessible, you get rid of this part because nobody's getting that, and you want, okay, fine. And then the next person comes along and they learned this, and they go, well, there's some people aren't getting this, so we'll just do this. We'll leave out that part and we'll just do this so that they can get it. And then the next generation of people comes along and this is what they learned, and then they go, okay, well, we'll give them this bit because this is too hard and whatever. And then at some point, you're left with none of the material that actually leads people to realizations. And I hate to say it, but I look around at what's being taught as meditation in the modern age, and I can see the teaching going out of existence. I can see it in real time. So this is kind of a big deal. In any case, yes, the Buddha predicted his teachings will go out of existence by becoming increasingly watered down until there's nothing left of the original within a 2,500-year period from where we are now, or 5,000 years from the time that he set them out. Okay, for those who are floating through, just remember, I will get to your question. I know I talk for a long time. about stuff, but I'm going to go through every question in the chat. Let's see. Okay, so Sagraditos says, how would you respond to the idea that creation requires order? So I'm going to interpret that, if I may, as a question about the fine-tuning argument. The fine-tuning argument from a theological perspective goes a little bit like this. Here we are in a universe that, for example, the odds against the formation of even a single protein mathematically, this is the argument of theologians, for example, that the odds of a single protein strand forming are so low mathematically that there hasn't been enough time, if we calculate it based upon the entire time of the universe has existed up to this point. We're not even close to the amount of time that would be required for even a single protein strand to form basically by accident. And yet, not only have we had a single protein strand, we have massively complicated DNA, cells, hundreds of forms of life, cells that have coagulated together and formed into organisms, organisms that have coagulated together and are now working in collective communities as a liver and kidneys and a heart muscle and brain tissue, all pretty radically different kinds of cells, so that we can sit here and talk to each other as if it was all really normal. Yeah. So the odds against this are astronomical, according to the theologians who might make this fine-tuning argument. So to explain the existence of life, and then also to explain the existence of consciousness in life, according to theologians who make this kind of argument, you need to explain why things are fine-tuned in such a way and directed in such a way that we have this extraordinarily, on the one hand, well-balanced system that allows for life to occur, and on the other, this system that seems so, a life which seems so improbable in terms of its existence, and yet it's here anyway. So the way that theologians explain this is, well, God did it. He designed it to be like this and directed it so that it would happen, so that we could be here. And then he injected, the famous painting, reached out and touched Adam's finger and put the soul in there. So now we all have consciousness and souls, unlike the animals, according to the Christians. And here we are. So the Buddhist argument's a little bit different. The Buddhist argument says, why is the universe fine-tuned for life? Because consciousness and matter are interdependent. And matter comes into existence due to the karma, individually and collectively, of sentient beings. So why do we have a universe that's fine-tuned for life to arise and exist? And why do we have this extraordinarily improbable circumstance in which proteins formed and cells formed and blah, 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 so that conscious life could enter into biological form? Non-physical consciousnesses could enter into physical form. Why did all this happen? Because the system came from the collective and individual karmas of conscious beings. The entire universe itself is the result of conscious beings basically going through this process of 12 links, trying to become something, right? Trying to bring themselves into being as embodied beings, to put it sort of coarsely. Unfortunately, it's not that deliberate. We didn't form a committee and decide to do it. We're just out of control in our creative capacities, and so we've created this system that we're trapped in. Yeah. So the reason the universe exists as it does, fine-tuned, blah, 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 the reason life, as improbable as it is, has arisen is because it was, roughly speaking, in almost a theological way, sort of mirroring that theological argument, it is the result of conscious beings' karmas directing this universe to develop in such a way that the karmas of sentient beings could play out within it. That's why this universe is here. Okay. Next. I'm not really aiming for spiritual experiences with meditation, not even prayer or anything. Stuff's just fickle and distracting. Yeah. I'm actually pleased to hear that. If you're not aiming to have experiences, you will find that you have more experiences, because it is this part of what gets in the way of having what are extremely profound experiences on the one hand, and just an experience of the ordinary condition of how things actually are on the other. Uh, as contrary as those sound, they're actually the same thing. Is that you don't have your personhood seeking after those things to get something for yourself, because that's the opposite of being able to have those experiences by nature. What do I mean? Think about the analogy the analysis I've given you guys a lot in the past. And for those of you who are just arriving at the stream, I'm going to answer all the questions in the chat as long as my computer doesn't freeze up and die, as it has the last 4 times I've gone live. So do put your questions in the chat, hang out, and I will get to your question eventually. Also, we've hit the 20-minute mark again, so let me say, I had about, I think, 800 pounds or so come in terms of donations to help me carry on doing this with everybody. I need to get to about 1,800 total, which is 1,000 pounds or so in the next several days, so that I can pay for the rest of June and finish updating all the stuff, all the equipment, etc., for the stream. So if you're hearing this right now and you haven't contributed, and you want to support the whole community in coming together, so I can continue doing this with you guys, just right now, just click the link below, send some money to the Venmo or to the GoFundMe. And if I can get to, in total, about 1,800 pounds for the month, then I can pay everything and upgrade the stream, so that I can do this at a much more professional level with everyone, which I'd really like to do. Yes. So do that. Click there. I know it'll take you out of the stream for a few seconds. Come right back. You won't miss very much, and I'm going to be here for the next, as long as my computer doesn't crash, the next like 3 hours. So, yeah, you're not going to miss much. Same thing. If you stumble upon this later, just click pause, make a quick donation, come right back. And if everyone who sees the stream does that with literally 5 pounds, we will meet the thing, because 600 people or so are going to watch this. If everybody chips in, it's done, right? Okay. If you're compelled to send more through, go ahead. It'll really, really help, especially at this time, because I'm just getting started. Under what teachers did you study? So I've studied under a lot of people. I studied under Geshe Dakpa Topgyal in Charleston, Kimball Whitfield in Charleston. I studied under Yangtze Rinpoche of FPMT, Venerable Rabina, Venerable Tupten Chodron, a number of monastics whose names I don't remember because I didn't study with them for very long, and most recently Geshe Tenzin Namdak in London. And in terms of my Taoist practice, Ian Burgess, who you can look up if you'd like. He's quite an extraordinary person, even in a conventional sense. So those are my main teachers. Oh, also, gosh, how could I forget? Wow, I'm shocked I forgot that. Lama Jampa Shainman, who's my heart guru at the moment. So, yeah, incredible practitioner. Absolutely incredible practitioner. Lama Shainman spent 3 years in solitary retreat, and he was doing Yamantaka Tantra and did 100 million mantra recitations, as well as doing, I think he was doing 5 sessions a day of the sadhana for Yamantaka, which takes between 3 hours and 4 hours per session. So you do the math. I mean, it's just astonishing the amount of practice that he did during those 3 years. And while he was doing that, he was getting personal instructions from one of the great living lamas of the Gelug tradition, who at that time was considered to be the world's foremost leader in Yamantaka Tantra practice. So the instructions he was getting were second to none. And prior to that, in preparation, he spent, I think, 4 years doing the preparatory practices that prepare your mind to do tantric practice. So he prepared himself properly, got the very best instructions, and then he put in superhuman efforts for 3 years. And then after that time was authorized by His Holiness the Dalai Lama himself to teach Tantra and give Tantric empowerments in the West as a Westerner. And as he is now, he's now a layperson rather than a monastic, and was authorized to do all this, which is unheard of. He's one of, like, I don't know how many, but maybe like 5 or 6 people outside the like hardcore Gelug hierarchy who's been given authorization to do that. So I just feel incredibly blessed that I was able to have a connection with Lama Jampa Shenman. Okay. Check the Pali Canon. I've done that a couple times. Moving on to U6X. As a Westerner, how do you come to understand rebirth and reincarnation, like actually understanding, believing in it, and not just knowing what it is? No, that's a fantastic question. Really fantastic. And I will be honest, when I started studying Buddhism, I was like, how to say, to put it in percentages, I was like 60-40. I was like, okay, this Buddhism thing really seems to be working. So practically speaking, I have some reason to think it's a real thing, right? Since all of the stuff I've done so far, when I was a beginner, I said, all the stuff I've done so far, when the text says, do this and it'll be like this, I would do that thing and it would be like that, right? So I went, wow, that's extraordinary. I've never actually done anything where it's been like that before. And so I started to have confidence that the things that were being described in the text were things that you could actually do and that real people have accomplished and real people have experienced. So that was step number 1, and that got me to like 60%, slightly more than 50% thinking that rebirth and reincarnation might be real things. But being a fairly skeptical person, I couldn't stop myself from having really serious doubts about this idea. And so over the years, I don't know what happened first, but I'll tell you where I ended up. There are 3 things I felt like I needed to address, right? One is, can we make an argument that consciousness is non-physical? Because if consciousness is physical, then I'm going to be stuck with the fact that when this body breaks up at the end of my life, consciousness should go out of existence. If consciousness depends upon the physical stuff, then when my body goes out of existence, my mind will also go out of existence. So first, I felt like I needed to, again, not first, but this is where I've ended up, right? I needed to solve this problem of, well, is it plausible? Is it a plausible proposition that consciousness is non-physical? So how did I arrive at the conclusion that I think it is? I have a couple of videos up on this, on the hard problem of consciousness. So even in the Western Academy, there are arguments for this position which say, for example, if you visualize something in your mind right now, I've done this a bunch for people who've been around, this won't be new for you, but just visualize something in your mind, something that you're really familiar with, like like an apple or a strawberry or something, right? Just visualize it in your mind and take a moment to try to reach out with your mind and flick the visualized image. Just flick it and see, can you make that strawberry or apple, can you make it make a sound? Some of you will be able to make that thing make a sound. Next, see if you can reach your mind out towards it and smell it and see if does it smell like a strawberry. And some of you will be able to do this. And then reach out with your mind and take a bite of it and see if you can taste the strawberry. And some of you will be able to do this. And then reach out with your sort of like a mental hand, we could say, and just place your hand on the visualized image and see if you can feel what the surface of it feels like. And some of you will be able to do this. Now, of course, this is all imaginative, but consider this. And I've had this conversation with some of you in the community, and it's really easy to miss the point of this exercise. So really do lock in, stay with me. Your external five senses can't see that strawberry, can't hear that strawberry, can't taste it, can't smell it, can't touch it. So every instrument you have designed by nature to experience physical things is completely hopeless when it comes to experiencing that visualized image. That's really weird. How is it possible that there is something appearing in your experience that every instrument you have designed by nature to detect physical things fails to detect this thing that you visualized? Again, this is extremely strange the more you think about it and marinate on it. Even stranger, every scientific instrument designed on this planet, amongst every scientific instrument designed to detect physical things on this planet, there is not a single one of them that can detect that object. What can be detected is the chemicals moving around in your brain and particles moving around in your brain. But if someone cut open your head, there's not a little tiny strawberry image in there. There's just particles moving around, which isn't the image you're seeing. The image you're seeing is something that you can reach out and touch, and it has a smell, and you can flick it and it makes a sound. So the image itself is not in your head, even though it correlates to the movement of particles here. The image itself is not made of those particles. This is really weird. Really, really weird. In addition to this, unless you believe in clairvoyant powers, right? Unless you believe in that, there's no second person in the entire universe that can see this image in your mind. Name any physical object whatsoever that can't ever be experienced by another person. Very weird. Extremely strange that this object, if it was physical somehow, can't be experienced by anyone else but you. Now again, it is an imagined image, but it's extremely important to point out that this image breaks basically all the laws of physics as we understand them, doesn't it? This strawberry or apple or whatever you're visualizing didn't have to grow. There's no light source over here in the back of your mind lighting it up. It lights itself up. There's no air, so you didn't have to breathe in particles through your mental nose to smell it. There's no air. So when you flicked it, the vibrations didn't have to come off of it for you to hear it. There is nothing really in the physical universe that operates like this, and yet here it is right in front of you. So it's very strange that we have this object that is made of stuff that can't be detected by any physical thing in the universe. Yeah? Extremely strange. Exceedingly strange. Except one instrument can detect it. Consciousness. Not only can consciousness detect that object, it can generate that object. Again, very strange. So how much stranger does your consciousness need to be if it can generate a non-physical object that can't be detected by anything else designed to detect physical things in the entire universe? Your consciousness has to be pretty weird, right? If it can generate non-physical things that can't be detected by any instrument designed to detect physical objects. So your consciousness should be at least equally weird to the strawberry. And the strawberry doesn't exist in the physical universe. The strawberry or the apple or whatever you're visualizing doesn't have physical properties in the ordinary sense and doesn't obey ordinary physical laws in the ordinary sense. It's a non-physical object. So you have an experiential reason today to think consciousness is non-physical without having to do anything special. Half of your life, at least, is non-physical right now. Yeah. So, in addition to this sort of philosophical reasoning, um, I began studying modern physics, in particular during my PhD research, and I talked to philosophers who deal with modern physics as a discipline. This is their specialty area. And I read a fair amount of material written by actual theoretical physicists who are writing for a general audience who are non mathematicians. And there is a non quack, a non BS, a non fringe opinion amongst physicists, okay? And not weird physicists, but some of them are Nobel Prize winning physicists, that to explain the existence of physical stuff, you need consciousness. This is called the special status of consciousness interpretation of quantum mechanics. So, again, in your own culture today, in 2026, there are physicists who are experts on physical objects, by the way, who are saying that to explain why it is that physical objects exists, instead of in potential states, in actual states, you need consciousness to make sense out of this. You can't make sense out of it by just dealing with the physical things only. And so there are great physicists of our age and even going back to as early as 1920, like Max, what's his name? Like Max Planck, J.A. Wheeler, John van Neumann was not quite there yet, but 4 or 5 of his followers who were extraordinary mathematicians and physicists, as well as a number of physicists that are still alive today, like there's a really good article on this that was published in the Scientific American relatively recently. In any case, there are a number of physicists that are still alive and active today who are, again, they're not lightweight people. These are hardcore people, some of them Nobel Prize winning physicists, who say to explain the physical world, we need consciousness. Now, if that's true, even according to them, you can't say that consciousness is just made of physical stuff. Consciousness has to be somehow different from physical stuff to explain how it is that it brings physical things from a potential state of existence into an actual state of existence. So with this, you end up with karma, actually. It's not a full sort of view of karma, obviously, but at least we have some basis in our culture that says consciousness is actually the causal part of reality and is needed to explain physical stuff. So I'm going, okay, I have philosophical and experiential reasons to think consciousness is non-physical, and I have reasons from physics to think that consciousness is non-physical and that consciousness is a causal force in physical reality. Well, now I'm like halfway there in terms of Buddhist thought, roughly speaking, right? I'm like halfway there. And of course, there are other ways to interpret this information in terms of physicists interpreting their own field, but this is one of the viable options that's still on the table in 2026. And I've been following this for 10 years. Experiments in quantum mechanics have made that conclusion, that particular conclusion, more and more and more attractive to physicists over time, because they do what are called no-go experiments, where they rule out other explanations by doing types of experiments that make those explanations, those alternative explanations, impossible. And I've gone over this in previous streams. You can go back if you'd like. And it's at some point I pulled the article up. I don't want to do it now because my stream will crash. But there's a physicist recently who did experiments on Wigner's friend, for example, who showed that basically there's no such thing as objective reality, which is a pretty radical thing for a physicist who deals with objective reality as a discipline all day long, right? To be saying, well, we've just done an experiment that shows that actually, even though it looks subjective, reality is not objective. Reality is dependent upon the reference frame in which it's occurring, which again is starting to sound to some of you probably like Yogacara, mind-only philosophy. Yeah. So now I have now I have non-physical consciousness covered in this life, roughly, right? So that then gets my confidence up to like 90%. Now, if it's true that rebirth is a real thing, I would expect that some children from various backgrounds would have memories of past lives. And the best evidence for that I would want is children coming from families that don't believe in past lives having memories of past lives. Because if we have past lives, at least some people should have memories of past lives. Yeah. And there's been a study going on at the University of Virginia since the 1960s, run by psychologists, not run by wackos. And they've been taking case studies of children that have memories of past lives. And in the last 20 years or so of these research studies, with improved research methods, etc., basically what they've done is over the last 80 years, they've collected something like 2,500 or 3,500 cases where children remember past lives, and amongst those cases, recall details from their past lives that the child could not know, are extremely specific, and that they were able to verify in the real world. So I'll give you a brief example. One child, for example, remembered being born was the wife of someone in a previous lifetime and was now a child, and she was selected for the research study because she told her parents she remembered her past life and that she was from another part of the country and blah blah blah. So they brought in not the previous husband, but they brought the husband's brother to try to convince her that he was her husband from the previous life, because he knew a bunch of information about the husband. And this 4-year-old spent 8 hours saying, "No, you're not my husband. You're my husband's brother. Why are you trying to convince me that you were my husband before? That's not you." And if anyone's dealt with like a 4-year-old or 3-year-old, if you work really hard to convince them of something for a long time, you're probably going to be able to do it, right? In any case, she passes this test. They go to the house. She sees her 3 children from the previous life and calls them immediately by their pet names, their personal names that no one outside the family knows. She calls all 3 of them by their pet names and personal names. She then points out all the places in the house that have been renovated from the last time she was there. And by the way, she's like a 3 or 4-year-old kid. She then points out places in the house where they hide money, because that's where she hid money in her previous life. And then, this is a bit sensitive in terms of information, so I apologize. But then the husband goes, "You know what? All of this could be BS, and I don't believe you. But there are certain things that only a wife could know about her husband." And so he asks her these private questions and then goes to the researchers and says, "This child knows things about me that only my wife could know." So use your imagination, but she knew some pretty personal information about this guy. So this is 1 out of 3,500 cases. And they have cases even of Christian children and Muslim children who don't believe in rebirth and whose families don't believe in rebirth, who have really compelling cases. So that gets me rebirth from a previous life into this one. So now I have non-physical consciousness in this life, which explains why consciousness could be reborn. And I have reports from children with memories from past lives being born into this life. So I have 2 of the 3 things I'd really want for this to be good evidence. So this gets me to like, 85, 90%. Next, I looked at near-death experience, and the research on this, I don't know, prior to like 1995 or so was pretty crap, and it was pretty sketchy. However, they have massively improved the research methods in the last 10 or 15 years for near-death experience and done huge research studies on this, because people who have near-death experiences sometimes get post-traumatic stress disorder, or have massive psychological changes that are positive from having those near-death experiences. And so psychologists and surgeons, actually, and in particular heart surgeons, where heart surgery is where a lot of NDEs end up occurring, want to, even if they don't believe it's a real thing, they want to at least have some way of thinking about it and talking about it and dealing with it, because it happens so often. And so they designed these huge research studies, I think one in the Netherlands and one somewhere else, I can't remember, where they looked at near-death experience. And it's sort of like the children with past life memory thing, where these people go, they have these experiences, they talk to various beings or various people, and then they come, or their mind is floating around and they know specific information that they couldn't have known, and they come back and then they tell people, yeah, this is what I experienced, this is what you guys were talking about. Yeah, I know you were across town with Uncle Tom, but you two were talking about the salad that you were going to get at such and such place, and that you only had $17, and so you couldn't get it, and blah blah blah. And so they can recount the whole conversation. So I'll give you one example that's quite specific and weird and kind of funny. So there's one case amongst the more recent cases where this guy goes into surgery, and if I'm not mixing up my stories, this gentleman was blind from birth. So he didn't have any way to know any of this information otherwise. Actually, no, sorry, I'm mixing up my stories. This is a different one. In any case, so this is not the blind from birth guy, but he goes into heart surgery. For those of you who are not aware, when you get anesthesia or anesthetic to what is the word? When they're putting you under for surgery, those drugs chemically make it so that you can't form a memory. So you can't remember the surgery even if you became conscious during the surgery. They also chemically make you unconscious. Also, during a heart surgery, there's a period of time where your heart is disconnected from your body and your brain doesn't get oxygen. And unlike the other tissues of your body, when your brain doesn't get oxygen, you have something like 30 seconds, maybe 60 seconds, where there's enough coordinated activity within your brain for you to create an experience of something. After that time, any little bits of activity that flutter off in the brain are so disjointed and sparse that it's not enough for you to have a coordinated experience of something, according to cognitive psychology, from my understanding of it. Now, and then in addition to this, during your surgery, they put something over your eyes like this. So think about it. There is a biological reason you can't form a memory or have an experience. There's a chemical reason that you can't have an experience or form a memory. And they've taped something over your eyes. So there's a physical barrier to your eyes seeing anything during the surgery, even if none of this, the rest of it was true. Now, so there's this wonderful case where this guy goes into surgery and he sees, I'll turn the camera down, look, he sees the surgeon going like this. And after the surgery, he comes out because he had a near-death experience. He came out of his body and he saw the surgeon doing this funny thing. And he goes, Doc, why were you flapping your arms like a chicken the whole time during my surgery? And this, by the way, this was like in the 1980s, and there were no like surgeon television shows, so people didn't know what this stuff was like. And this surgeon had been flown in from Japan, so this surgeon's training was different from the way that Americans would do stuff. So in Japan, at that time at least, they trained surgeons to keep their hands like this and point to instruments with their elbows so that they didn't accidentally touch something that might get bacteria on their hands during the surgery. But nobody knew this. If you like, unless you were a surgeon in Japan, you didn't know that about surgery. And so this surgeon was absolutely gobsmacked that this guy knew somehow that he had been doing this during the whole surgery. And in any case, same thing. There are now hundreds and thousands of case studies of NDEs where people leave their body during a time when they have basically been clinically dead, and they have memories, they have experiences, and they come back and they give very specific information. So that's now piece number 3, right? So to recap, I have childhood past life memories, which explain coming into this life. During this life, I have good philosophy and some physicists saying there's reasons to believe that your consciousness is non-physical, which helps me understand why consciousness would be going from lifetime to lifetime. And then at the end of life, at least from what we can see from here, I have near death experiences where people clinically die, but then leave their body somehow and have specific verifiable memories after leaving their body. So that gives me non physical minds coming into this life, non physical mind in this life, and non physical mind leaving the body at the time of death. Now I have rebirth. As a final piece, as a Buddhist, there are great yogis who train in meditation who are reliable people. They're reliable individuals. And this training makes you more honest, more humble, more no bullshit is needed in terms of what you say and do. It makes you less delusional. It allows you to completely control the content of your mind. So they're not just having hallucinations or fantasies, because that's stuff that occurs like the visualized apple in your head, right? And they're learning to completely stop their mind from doing any of this stuff and engaging in extremely refined states of concentration. And these yogis come back and they say, I remembered past lives. And not only did I remember past lives, I remembered infinite past lives into the past. And you can look at the Yogis of Tibet documentary. There's one particular yogi who meditated for like 30 years in a cave. And he came back and he said, yeah, I remembered all my past lives. That's just something that happens when you do these practices. And he just sort of brushes over it like it's not even a big deal. So I also, as a Buddhist, I have these great yogis, even in modern times, who are saying, well, yeah, of course, if you do this, this is what happens. And so I've collected these little pieces of evidence and experience, and even experiences of my own from time to time, that show me that mind is non-physical, that rebirth happens. And so now I'm convinced, I've just collected too much information to think that it could be any other way. I'm not 100% convinced about exactly how things work when you leave this life and exactly the details of every aspect of how rebirth works, but I no longer have any serious, reasonable doubts about whether or not rebirth and reincarnation are real. I think they're real, and I think the evidence is actually pretty good that they're real. For the first time in human history, I think the evidence is actually really excellent. So unlike popular opinion, I think we have more evidence and better evidence than any other time in human history to believe this kind of claim about ourselves. I know that answer took forever, but I hope it was worth it, because this is a subject I'm actually extremely passionate about. Right. Quick commercial break. So we've got a bunch of people in the stream. I'm going to go through all of the chat questions unless the stream crashes or unless we get to like 1 o'clock in the morning. So do hang in, do stick in there. I will get to your question. Also, when I started the stream, I had, I think, in the between the GoFundMe and the Venmo, I think I had about £800 total. To make my household run, I have to have about £1,800 to just break even, and I have to have about 3,000 to have a real life and to continue growing the stream and continue upgrading the stream and upgrading the gear so that I can carry on doing this. And as some of you know, and as I've said before, I really do put in between 70 and 100 hours a week doing this with you guys, and I don't want to do anything else than that. I want to keep doing this, helping, answering questions, leading meditation classes for everyone, and I don't want to have to charge for it. So if the community can come together and just make sure that there's enough money there so that I can do this for the whole community, then I can just carry on and do it and never charge a penny to anybody. And that also goes for the school course. By the way, even though the school course exists, those of some of you who know, with the school course, I'm doing this because I want a place to park everyone who wants to train in a much more hardcore way, and to build a community of people that will support each other in doing long-term retreat. So when I get about somewhere between 100 and 200 members on the school course, which is also linked in the description, not in the chat, that will be enough people to support every single member in that community at some point in time being able to go into retreat for 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, whatever's required to deepen their practice, which is really cool. Most of us have bills that are somewhere between $1,000 a month and $3,000 a month. which means that any one of us couldn't probably go into retreat financially by ourselves. But if there's 200 of us and one of us wants to go into retreat for a period of time, that's like $10 for each of us, or $20 for each of us. So we can have all of us financially able to go into retreat for extended periods when we want to and need to for the sake of our practice. So that community I'm building in the school community. And also, of course, that's a recurring membership thing. So if that grows up to 100 or 200 people, I just don't ever have to talk about the money side of this ever again. And there'll be plenty of money for me to do what I'm doing. And I can carry on doing this all free for the entire community. That being said, all the stuff that's in the school community, I already teach everybody for free. I mean, there's people that are talking to me in the next couple of days that have never given me a cent, and I'm probably going to spend the next I'm going to spend 3 or 4 hours talking to them about their practice. I really don't. I'm not getting paid for any of this, but money has to come in for it to happen, if that makes sense. And I'm never going to charge anyone for any of this. So, but please do at this point, if you're in the stream and you haven't contributed something, just click on the link in the pinned comment. It'll take 3 minutes. Just drop whatever you can, $5, $10. If you're feeling more generous than that, deeply appreciate it. And then pop right back in here. I'm going to be here probably till 1 a.m. my time, which is a lot of time. So you're not going to miss very much. All right. Okay. Carrying on with the chat. Ooh, all right. Is that an L42857? One of the questions I have is, what are some of the magical phenomena in Buddhism allows for in their system? In my humble view, there's no such thing as magic. And when I say that, I don't mean that super normal things don't happen. What I mean is that in my humble opinion, if something happens in reality, it has causes and it's natural. And that includes things that seem supernatural that we can't currently explain with modern scientific explanations. Amongst those things, I would put the practices of Tummo in the Tibetan tradition, in which you're taking sub-physical substances, storing them in the lower abdomen, raising the body temperature so high that in sub-zero temperatures you can melt frozen blankets off of your body because you have so much of this energy, not energy, but these winds, these substances stored in the lower abdomen, etc. Again, this is not a practice you should just jump into. There's, you need to. This is one of the things you would spend a long time preparing for before you jumped into. But all of these things, because they are real things, can happen. And because nature includes these things, there are causal processes by which you can make them happen. But if you don't know what they are and you can't explain them, they will seem like magic or miracle to other people. And some of you know, because I've told you some of the weird things, I've seen weird things. I've seen my teachers do things that seem to defy the laws of physics on some occasions in private, and not to make money and not to gather students because they don't have very many students, etc., but just because I asked and they were in the mood after 8 years of not showing me anything. So I've also become convinced those things are real because I've seen people do things that aren't possible. Otherwise, I would have much more doubt about whether or not those things could be done and if they were real. But I don't think any of them are magical. I think they are things that we currently don't have an explanation for in terms of science, and probably also in some cases involve non-physical consciousness and the substances that come along with consciousness that are called prana, chi, shen. The Tibetans call them winds. And those substances allow you to do things that are beyond what normal physics says is possible for beings like us. I don't think any of that is magical, and frankly, it's very difficult to develop those capabilities. It takes a lot of time and effort and work and years to be able to do those things. And then the people that have developed them, they don't use them to do stupid stuff like get popular on YouTube, right? They just don't. So the people that are using stuff like that to get popular with students and YouTube and whatever, very often are people that are trying to sell you something. So it's a really weird situation because you think it's magic and that therefore they're special. You're willing to give them money, and so charlatans and other people manipulate people with this sort of thing, which is part of the reason that people that can really do it don't do it in public and don't make a big deal out of it. Okay. Moving on, Blue Lanterns says, what is nirvana? I've had it described as anything from eternal heavenly realm to a non-existent cessation by different people. Okay. Nirvana is a subject that has been subject to great numbers of discussions and debates over many years. And depending on who you ask, they might simply say that nirvana is just one of those things we can't talk about or don't talk about, right? Not that. How do I say? Not like a you just need to have faith thing, but that the ontology of it is such that it's not a type of existent thing that can be described using ordinary language. I'm of the opinion, personally, having studied what I've studied and looked at various arguments for this, that you can actually talk about it in a way that makes sense and that actually isn't that hard to talk about, and obviously won't give you enough of a sense of the actual subjective experience of it to be a full explanation, but is enough of an explanation that you can understand how and why you would be able to go from where you are to such a condition, right? As long as you know what the pieces are in between. So nirvana by necessity cannot be a state of non-existence because you cannot cease to exist. Your mind stream, according to Buddhism, is infinite into the past. It is a necessarily existent entity, to use the Western philosophical terms. It exists by nature. Its existence has no starting point. So you can't make it go out of existence, in particular by taking stuff that is in consciousness. Think about this. Your ignorance, your delusions are in your consciousness. It's like the tea in my cup. Even if I drink every bit of tea and wash this with special chemicals and get every ounce of tea out of here, the cup doesn't go out of existence. So removing every bit of stuff from the cup and completely making the stuff in the cup go out of existence does nothing to cause the cup to cease to existence. So likewise, the subtlest layer or subtlest aspect of your consciousness, which in Tibetan Tantra is called Rigpa or clear light, and I've heard it called in the Pali tradition consciousness without surface. The subtlest aspect of your consciousness, which those may be correlated in the two. This is my speculation, not canon, right? But this subtlest layer of consciousness is what goes from lifetime to lifetime. And it's the thing, in my understanding, to which, or on which, or about which your karma is carried from lifetime to lifetime. So when you have removed all of the karma that's causing you to be reborn, and you've removed the ignorance that's causing you to be reborn, and you've removed the disturbing emotions and mental activity that's causing you to be reborn, what you're left with is just that basal consciousness that no longer has a drive to carry on into new types of rebirth. And so at death, that basal level of consciousness will be completely satisfied, not generating another state of existence in which all of these other components are being added onto and layered on top of consciousness. Because right now, we have a lot of layers on top of that basal consciousness, right? We have 5 sense consciousnesses. We have a human level of mental awareness, which is way less subtle than this basal level of consciousness. We have all of these thoughts and images and so forth within that mental consciousness. So there's a lot of stuff that we've layered on top of this base layer of consciousness, according to both, in my view, both the Pali Canon and the Sanskrit traditions that would include things like Chan, Zen, Thean, Seon, and the Tibetan traditions and the Mongolian traditions. Hello, welcome, Shapeshifter. So this state where you have caused to cease, where you have ceased ignorance, delusion, karma, in which all of the causes which would normally cause you to take rebirth out of control have completely gone out of existence. That's what's completely gone out of existence. The basal level of consciousness then simply rests in its own selfless and interdependent nature and is completely, fully, blissfully, wonderfully fulfilled and satisfied with that condition beyond imagining, because there is absolutely nothing else that it needs. It is by definition the absolute most perfect state of awareness of things in terms of satisfaction and happiness for you, because it doesn't need anything else. It's perfectly satisfied with the condition. Right? Like, beyond imagining perfectly satisfied with the condition, beyond the bliss of the concentration of being able to stay with one object of meditation, which is already, pardon my French, fucking fantastic. If you can keep your mind with one thing and stop the BS where your mind's pulling you out in a million directions, it's perhaps the most addictive drug for a samsaric being that there is. It's better than sex, according to the great texts and according to me. So nirvana is even better than this. It's absolutely, perfectly satisfying in every respect. So the next question is, and this is important, what is it that pulls you out of that condition if you're a bodhisattva headed towards enlightenment? Because there's other stuff you need to do if you want to attain enlightenment. What is it that pulls you out of that condition so that you can carry on with your training? What pulls you out of that condition is compassion. So why do bodhisattvas spend so much time training in compassion? Hey, Shade Gamer, welcome back. Bodhisattvas spend so much time training in compassion and bodhicitta, the mind of awakening, because you have to have an extremely powerful motivation to drag you back up out of the absolutely perfectly satisfying condition for you. I mean, there's no equivalent in real life to compare this to, but it would be like you won the ultimate lottery and you were going to have $1 trillion tomorrow. And on top of that, there was going to be world peace. And on top of that, no one was ever going to have cancer again. And on top of that, no one was ever going to die. And on top of that, everything you could ever want and desire was perfectly going to be delivered exactly perfectly the way you wanted for the rest of your life. And you were going to go on like a permanent vacation where every single sensory experience you had was absolutely perfect and wonderful and never disappointed in any respect. And every relationship you ever had was going to be absolutely pristine in terms of its enjoyment in every single iteration, right? And you went, nah, I'm not doing that. Like, nirvana is absolutely perfect for your needs. To rip you back up out of that state, to enter back into a condition where instead of just abiding in that state that's perfect for you, you're instead going to carry on training only for the sake of others. You need something really, really powerful. And this is where compassion comes in. Compassion is what helps pull you back out of this condition. And then you're not being reborn because of your past, under the force of your past karmas. You're being now reborn, at least in the beginning, out of the force of your compassion. And then eventually you're not being reborn at all. You're emanating, which is basically causing yourself to appear in various forms without actually having to use the ordinary karmic process to cause yourself to appear by taking birth. And this is what Buddhas do. Buddhas aren't taking rebirth in the ordinary sense. They're causing appearances that to us look like that's what's happening, but that's not, from their standpoint, that's not what's happening. Okay? Hopefully that helps. Brett B. Coolin. Nice. What are the benefits of meditation are the benefits of meditation lost if you fall off from a consistent practice? Say you meditate 6 months and stop for 6 months. Are you back to square one? It depends a bit on. It depends a bit on how you're living your life in between. Um, if you are going on a bender for 6 months in between, where all you're doing is scrolling through TikTok and being depressed and drinking and smoking weed and having sex with everything that moves and playing video games and fill in the blank, probably you're back to square one. But in between, if you're living a relatively ethical life and maybe building your career and not causing too much chaos in terms of your ethical behaviors, and you maybe you relax with some TV or some games or whatever, and then you come back to, yeah, you got stuff to do, and I'm going to focus on that and carry on and blah blah blah. Some of the benefit of the mental quality you gained from training will be brought into your activities, and therefore, since the quality of your mind has been changed, by the time you get back to practicing 6 months later, maybe you fell from this level of capability to here, but you didn't fall all the way back down. So ethics and lifestyle and so forth will in part dictate how much benefit you maintain when you're not training, when you're not actively training. So that is that. Major Tau, long today. Yeah, we are. We're going long. Normally this time of night, my man, I would, and you still haven't told me if it's Tao or Tau. Normally this time of night, I'd be working on the next video and doing research and stuff for the next thing, but I'm going to hang out with you guys until I would normally go to bed. So that'll be 1 or 2 in the morning for me. So as long as my computer doesn't crash, that's another 2 or 3 hours, depending. Okay. If rebirth depends chiefly on the mind at death, does that not overlook the Buddha's teaching on our karma is shaped by a lifetime of cultivating the Noble Eightfold Path and the accumulated tendencies? Nope, it doesn't. So an example from the Pali Canon would be, for example, there was a monk who, was doing all of his stuff, doing his practices, blah, 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 blah. But towards the end of his life, somebody donated him a really, really nice robe, and he developed an exaggerated sense of how incredible and beautiful and wonderful this robe was. And at the time of death, his attachment for this robe arose, and so he was reborn as a flea, and that flea found its way onto the robe and was hanging out on the robe because he wanted to get back to being close to this robe. And so I can't remember exactly how the story resolved, but I think they did some practices and so forth and helped him take a better rebirth so he could carry on with his practice. But in any case, it's even if you've done a lot of practice, certain Pure Land considerations notwithstanding, the specific minds that you generate right at the time of death have let's say, an oversized influence on how your next rebirth is going to turn out in terms of its general conditions. And this is something you find all the way back to the Pali Canon. Martin Michael. I've been practicing with the Diamond Way for about 8 months, and I have yet to meet a proper Lama or take refuge. I wonder what's your take on the 16th Karmapa meditation, very basic Guru Yoga. I like the 16th Karmapa a lot. I have heard some incredible things about the 16th Karmapa, which is the previous Karmapa in the Karmapa line. And currently there are 2 17th Karmapas, and one of them I find to be absolutely extraordinary. And he's the one who is actually significantly less popular than the other. So broadly speaking, the Karma Kagyu lineage, really good stuff. Really, really powerful stuff. If you can find good teachers in that lineage, study hard, train hard, you'll make progress. In Buddhism, where are we? Kaput Maker. Oh my God, I'm so far behind in the chat. Holy crap. It just jumped and I saw how far behind I am. Oh gosh, I wouldn't be here till 6 in the morning. Okay. You said in Buddhism the self arises through dependent origination. Is that similar to an emergent property where you can't find the whole by looking at an individual part? I hesitate to talk too much about emptiness, but to really explain dependent origination, you have to talk about what's missing from the object, and then you have to talk about all the components that are involved. And it's not actually just the parts or the causes. It's also what's called imputation or designation, which for us is mostly conceptual, but for Buddhas is a non-conceptual process. And to explain why it is that in your experience things have characteristics and specific identities and boundaries, which are part of having a specific identity, you have to have this component of imputation or designation. What do I mean by this? Just consider the mountain example from the other day. A mountain is obviously, if we're not thinking about it too hard, right? It's obviously made up of parts. If you take away all the rocks, let's just keep it simple and say the mountain's just the rocks. Okay, let's just then not be too complicated. If you take away all the rocks, the mountain goes away. So we know that you need the parts of the mountain to have the mountain. Also, we know that the mountain is an effect of the tectonic plates coming together and pushing the rock up and all this. So we need the causes of the mountain. If we take away the causes, no mountain will be there as the effect. So we know that the causes and the parts have something to do with the existence of the mountain. So these are two layers. I live in Scotland, Edinburgh. So these are two layers of dependent origination. And these are relatively easy to understand. The trouble is that when you look at the mountain, that still doesn't explain how and why it's a mountain, and it doesn't even explain its apparent properties and how its properties as an entity exist. So still, if I ask you, well, what is the mountain and what isn't the mountain? In other words, what are the boundary conditions for this object? You can't tell me simply by looking at the parts and causes, because the parts and causes don't tell you what the mountain is and what the mountain is not. It's not clear if it ends in the foothills or if it ends on flat ground. It's not clear where the tectonic plate ends and where the mountain begins. It's not clear whether or not rocks that have broken off the mountain and what size of rocks that have broken off the mountain are still the mountain or not the mountain. So all of the boundaries for this object, and therefore what parts are included, and therefore which causes led to the existence of those parts, isn't coming from the object. It's coming from a designating consciousness which says the mountain stops here. The mountain stops right here, and therefore these are parts of the mountain. These are not parts of the mountain. So you need this piece of imputation, imputing the identity. So what is the mountain? The mountain is a subject-object. It is a coming together of subjects and objects in a particular way. I like to say the mountain is a relationship. The mountain is a relationship in particular between subject and object. And I've been over this in previous streams, but in the same way, you are a relationship between subject and objects, like your body and the various components that make you up. And on the basis of parts and causes making you up, you impute self along with boundaries for self. And when you do that in a valid way, it exists. In the same way that the mountain exists when you do that in a valid way. If you don't do that in a valid way, if you do it in some weird way, like thinking that you can imagine the mountain being a giraffe, you're nuts. You're not clever. That mountain cannot function according to the definition of a giraffe in your own mind, and therefore you have either gone nuts or you're trying to be really clever and failing spectacularly. So anything can't be anything simply because there is a subjective component to reality, because there's also an objective component to reality. So these two things are working together and they're placing limits on each other. Anything can't be anything because reality doesn't allow anything to be anything, but reality is also not something in particular until you have imputed a particular identity onto it. And so there's a little bit of wiggle room and flexibility from both sides, from the subjective side and the objective side, but things are not infinitely flexible. And so, again, this just takes a lot of thought and time to get to, but the self that exists is one which comes into existence as a subject object in the same way I just described with the mountain. You're like this also. So it's not an emergent property. It's not something that just comes from the parts and causes being there, because you can look at the parts and causes and the self isn't there in the way it appears. And the mountain isn't there in the way it appears to exist either. The way that it is there is as a coming together of subject and object in a particular relationship. And that way of coming together, when you look at the system as a whole, is what a mountain is. So the mountain has to include the subjective component, or you cannot explain how a mountain exists, where its boundaries are, where it begins and ends, when it came into existence. All of the questions you would really want to answer for a mountain, you can't answer. And the same goes for the self. If you investigate your body, you have the same problem as the mountain. And I've talked about that on previous streams, and we've got a lot of people waiting for answers. And I will get to you all, I promise. Okay, so we've passed another 20 minutes. It's time for me to jingle the cup. Little ASMR for the chat. So if you're happening through or happened through later, before the stream started, I think I had around 800 pounds or so in the Venmo and the GoFundMe combined. To make my household break even and just run, I've got to have about 1,800 coming through the work I'm doing through the stream and so forth. So if you're happening through, about 600 people or maybe 800 people will come through and see this stream at some point. If everyone drops $5 in the bucket, then all of the money works. I can do this 100 hours a week for you guys, and everything can happen. So if you're happening through, click the link below, take 2 minutes, come right back, and then I can carry on doing this without having to charge anybody a single penny. As long as the community is able to support me in doing this, then I never have to charge anyone in the community for what I do. And that's very much how I would prefer to keep it. So please do chip in a little bit if you haven't. And if you can chip in more than that, of course, that's appreciated. To really make everything run, I have to have about around 3,000 coming in per month. To really have things go well, because I do need, for example, I just upgraded this laptop. This one's super old and it's probably going to crash before we end the stream. So I got a new laptop using the donations you guys sent in. So as I said, I spent about 38 pounds or something getting a hamburger and a shake and something for my wife, right? But then the other money that you sent all went towards upgrading the stream so I can benefit you guys. So please do chip a few bucks in if you're able. And if you can chip in more than that, very much appreciated, because the closer I get to that 3,000 a month, the closer I am able to turn this into something really viable that I can sustain forever and do with you guys for the rest of my days. Okay, coming up next, we've got... Oh, there was a part 2. Well, I think I covered that. How would I condense Buddhism in one sentence? Viharm. Buddhism is a process by which you learn how to see how things really are, and in the process, attain the highest possible benefit for yourself and for every other sentient being in all of reality. Buddhism is a process by which you learn to see how things actually exist, including yourself. And through that process, become liberated yourself and gain the ability to bring the absolute highest benefit to everyone else. If I had to boil it down, I would say that. I would say, to boil it down perhaps even further, but to become slightly more vague, Buddhism is a process by which you cultivate absolutely everything to perfection that is worth cultivating, and you eliminate to absolute perfection everything that's worth eliminating from your own being. If it can be cultivated, you do it. If it can be eliminated and it's negative and not worth having, it's eliminated. In fact, the word in Tibetan for Buddha, Sangye, has 2 syllables. And the syllables themselves mean the perfection of all good qualities and the purification of all negative qualities. That's what a Buddha is. So Buddhism is the process of accomplishing that. Okay. Buddha said in the Gautama Sutra, the teaching will end in 500 years. Yeah, I know there are different opinions on how long the Buddha said his teachings will be effective and how long they will last. The opinion that I'm taking is from, I think, the Mahayana Sutras. The reason Buddhism failed is because of poor translation, failed explanations of critical axioms, practitioners altering the initial intent of the subject. You know, I think the early popularizers of Buddhism were operating at a time and within different limits than we're operating within now. And they were trying to bring something that was quite unfamiliar to the places where Buddhism was being taught into a much wider audience. And in particular, you know, as a person of European descent, they were trying to bring it into the West. And then by the time Buddhism really started making headway back into India, India had been greatly influenced by Western powers also. And while that was happening, this sort of Westernness, for lack of a better term, in terms of global modern culture, European ideals like the Enlightenment and modern so-called, let's say, modern education methods, modern education topics, which were largely coming out of Europe, etc., had spread around the world. And so global modern culture had become, at least in part, almost everywhere, a Western thing. And so this carried with it things like more radical forms of materialism and physicalism and skepticism. And in the Western Academy in particular, this thing about hyper rationality and physicalism and skepticism was something that those who wished to break into the academy and become legitimate authorities in the academy, and therefore to have the ability to spread things like Buddhism, which potentially could benefit the West, to do that, you had to fit it into the box that the academy was willing to accept the offering in, right? they didn't have a box that was big enough to fit the whole offering into the box, so you have to fit it into this box instead. And so humbly, truly, I think they did their best. They did their best. They made some changes, some things I would say in retrospect maybe were not, that have led to problems in some cases in the long term, but they did their best. And it's only because of that initial work that someone like myself, again, quite humbly, can stand on the shoulders of giants, really, to be able to do whatever it is you guys think I'm doing now. Okay. Nope, Buddhism failed because it was spread through blood. I hope that's a joke. General Tao Jhana is not known today by any person. That's not true. Watch Yogis of Tibet. Consciousness, and there are plenty of people in the Hindu traditions, probably also the Jains and the Taoists. I mean, the Taoists as lay people regularly accomplish the jhana states. It's actually not that significant to accomplish, in particular, the first two jhanas. It's from what I understand, it's actually not that hard. Conscious moment that is equanimous, which investigates. That is one chitta, two upeka of the santita chitta. This is Abhidhamma. Again, I'm sorry. You'll have to leave the Sanskrit or Pali terms out of it and just put it in English. I do know Abhidhamma. I know chitta. I know. But without leaving the stream to look up the other critical terms, I won't be able to clarify that. I know you've been waiting a while for an answer on that, so I apologize. Okay, greetings from Italy, says Varg Timon. Why in the Chinese tradition certain sutras of unknown, uncertain Indian origin, such as the Surangama Sutra or the Perfect Enlightenment Sutra, are being held in high regard? So, one of the interesting things about Buddhism that is not quite there, let's say, in the Abrahamic traditions, and that's important to understand, and it's an argument I've made many, many, many times. For those of you who are here, how many of you think, at least theoretically, that other people can attain what the Buddha attained? Do you understand my question? Do you believe or not that other people can gain the same realizations and capabilities and insights that the Buddha gained? If you don't believe that, what are you doing in Buddhism? Because if you don't believe that's possible, then what are you doing? What are you doing here? Okay, yeah, maybe you get some small benefits, but you don't have to be Buddhist to get those benefits. You could do a lot of other stuff that makes you slightly calmer and whatever. So as a Buddhist, if you don't think that other people can gain the realization the Buddha gained, then the whole system just collapses. What is a sutra according to the Buddha? What is the speech of the Buddha? The speech of the Buddha, according to the Buddha, are teachings that lead to the results that he said are possible. Not necessarily what he actually said verbatim, but any teaching that actually leads to the results that the Buddha said are possible is the teaching of the Buddha. And any person who's gained the realizations of the Buddha or studied to an extremely deep level and gained some experience on the path can potentially write something that is completely in alignment with the results the Buddha said is possible. And therefore, it's possible for some great meditators, great saints, to not only write commentaries, but to write new sutras that are the speech of the Buddha, Buddhavacana. So in China in particular, at least in my understanding, this idea was really kind of taken up, And so it's possible for people at later times to write new sutras because they're highly realized beings who accomplish the same realizations that Buddha attained. And this probably sounds weird for people from a historical critical Western historical critical perspective. They're going, wait a minute, isn't the oldest teaching the best thing? Maybe, maybe not, because the Buddha was teaching in a really radically different cultural time period than the one that would have been existing in, I don't know, call it 6th or 7th century China. And so having someone with the same realization of the Buddha writing a new sutra that addresses in the language of the time the concerns of the time and so on would have been something really helpful potentially. And then, of course, the same thing goes for people who are trying to write commentaries on the teachings. I see a lot of comments online, for example, where people are going, "Oh, yeah, but that's in a commentary," and you go, "Okay, do you not? Is it possible to attain these realizations, or is it not? If it's not, why are we having this conversation? If no one can do what the Buddha did and realize what the Buddha realized, why are we talking about any of this? If it is possible for other people to gain the same realizations as the Buddha, then they should be able to write a commentary on the teachings that's accurate, shouldn't they?" And in particular, because the teachings were written and composed at a time that's quite different from ours, it might be really helpful to have a modern master who understands your culture, your concerns, the modern issues of the day, who's an accomplished practitioner, write something in your way of speaking and way of thinking that addresses these issues and helps you do your practices. That could be really helpful. Okay. Carrying on. Riven says, the First World University is a Buddhist university in Nalanda. It was burned down by an invader. Over more than 3 million Buddhist scriptures burned. Yeah. Yeah, when you read I can't remember the Muslim historian's name, but yeah, there was at some period, maybe it was I can't remember now, the Mughals or something, that when they invaded India, they thought the Buddhists were Hindu, and so when you read one of the things from the historian who was writing down what was going on in terms of the invasion, he says, "We went to this Hindu temple where there was all these Brahmins with shaved heads," and so this was the Buddhist. This was the Nalanda monastery, and they said, "It took us 3 months to burn down the library." I mean, how heartbreaking is this? During the let's call it the high Indian Buddhist period, Buddhism was a state sponsored religion, had massive funding from the government at that time, and scholars from all over the world came to their library to study, debate, and learn every subject you can think of. So Buddhism was sort of like, you can imagine the library at Nalanda a bit like the library of Alexandria in Greece. It covered every subject of interest and was the best and most detailed knowledge. I mean, people traveled from China, they traveled from all over the place to come to the Nalanda Monastery because it was just an incredible resource. And and this invading army came in and just burned it all down. I mean, it's like one of the most heartbreaking, horrific losses of human knowledge and effort in human history. Luckily, some of those texts traveled with a couple great Indian masters who were both scholars and great yogis, traveled to Tibet, and the Tibetans preserved some of this great knowledge from Nalanda, thankfully. So we have the pinnacle, in theory, of the Nalanda tradition today. The first university was, okay, fair enough, not sure. Human species is hybrid in a biological sense, okay. He will not answer every question. Oh, dude, don't count your chickens yet. Isn't Buddhism fundamentally concerned with correcting the mind's misperception of impermanent experience? Many of the teachings can be understood as skillful means for addressing this root confusion. Honestly, impermanence, despite popular opinion, is not the root confusion. The root confusion is that you see things as inherently existent. As a offshoot of that, you see things as permanent rather than impermanent when they're composed things. But by the way, you also see non-composed things as inherently existent. You see things that don't depend upon causes and conditions as also being inherently existent with their own nature, abiding in a way that they don't exist. So the more fundamental problem is actually not the permanence problem. It's the problem of seeing things as inherently existent or non-interdependent, let's say. You can go a long way tackling the problem of seeing things as inherently existent by working with impermanence, but you can't actually solve it completely. You can only solve it partially because that's not the fundamental problem. Yes. Did you just really go to India and learn about Hindu and Buddhist sages? I'm going to do a video on that, so I'll leave you hanging except I'll simply say at this stage, I don't think so. Hello from Sri Lanka. Consciousness simply falls asleep and wakes up. This is rebirth. Nope, I don't think so. In brief, there may be portions of the rebirth process you're not aware of, but all of the great texts and the yogis and everybody else describes you're mostly aware of what's going on. There are short periods during the death process specifically where you're not fully detached from this life yet, where you have little periods where you don't know what's happening, but the rest of it you're awake for and aware for. In the Theravadan tradition, consciousness or chitta is actually arising, existing for a moment, then vanishes in a rapid speed, but the conditions the next chitta. But it conditions the next chitta in 24 ways. Right, exactly. So this is the same, in my understanding, the same view we have in the Mahayana. So your consciousness is impermanent in the sense not that it not in the sense that it goes completely out of existence and ceases to exist, but in the sense that it is constantly going through a process of arising and ceasing in which it arises and ceases in the same moment while causing the next moment of its existence. So this is called subtle impermanence. It was taught by Dharmakirti in particular. A much nicer language for this is actually momentariness, in which a thing doesn't abide completely unchanged even within a single moment of reality, the smallest sort of divisible moment of reality. That it's sort of like this, like a peak. It arises and ceases within that moment, and so it's never actually static even within a single moment. And thus, there's no time period of any duration in which a thing simply remains as what it is. And yeah, I mean, this idea, to go back to the previous thing about permanence and impermanence, dealing with that can go a long way to helping you address ignorance. Interested in Buddhism, but I eat meat. Can I still practice? Yes. The Pali Canon is quite clear that you can eat meat and there's nothing wrong with eating meat. Just don't ask anyone to kill for you, and don't accept animal products where it was killed specifically for you. So don't go to the butcher and have them kill a chicken for you. Don't go to the fish market and have them take a live lobster or shellfish or whatever and kill it for you. Certainly don't kill something yourself. Don't ask anyone to kill something for you. And if someone says, hey, I'm going to slaughter a goat and we're going to have a goat feast tonight, tell them that I'm so sorry I can't attend. I can't eat any meat if someone kills an animal specifically for me. If you go to the grocery store, according to the Pali Canon, and there is meat already there, this is called flesh that already exists. The killing of that animal had nothing to do with you. And so purchasing and consuming that meat, it has no ethical, non-virtuous value in terms of its karmic potential whatsoever. There is no negative connotation, according to the Buddha, even in the slightest. Some will say, yes, but by consuming that meat, you're adding suffering because you're creating an economic incentive for more animals to be killed. That specific argument was brought up by the Jains at the time of the Buddha, was also brought up by Venerable Devadatta, the Buddha's cousin, who tried to divide the Buddhist Sangha during the Buddha's lifetime. This argument was made by two different groups at the time of the Buddha, that having basically creating an economy where people will kill things to sell you meat, that this is a violation of compassion and a violation of love and a violation of good karmic practice. And the Buddha said definitively, no, it is not. And that is not my teaching, and that's not how we do this here. And the same is true in the Mahayana Sutras. There are really powerful passages in some of the Mahayana Sutras where they say, like, they're just ripping into religious systems where they're like, those people who avoid meat and avoid grain and avoid whatever, I can't remember, pitted fruits and such and such and such and such. And by managing their diets, think that they're headed to nirvana. Those people are completely deluded, right? And with again, respect for people that are avoiding meat for compassionate reasons, deep respect for you, deep respect for you. But if your dietary practices are causing you to get angry at other beings on a regular basis, the great bodhisattvas say your anger towards these other beings, your hatred towards these other beings, your regular disturbance of your mind is causing so much negative karma. I mean, it's like you're destroying so much of your virtue by doing this, you might as well not do it at all. Every time you generate anger like this, you're destroying hundreds of lifetimes of virtue that you spent cultivating painfully to get to the point where you are in terms of your practice and your training. In particular, if you're getting mad at Buddhas and Bodhisattvas for eating meat, for example, you wipe out hundreds of lives of merit and good karma by doing this. I'm surprised there's 27 people watching this. Usually I say this stuff and it's like... So can you eat meat? Yes. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the tantras even, in some of the tantras, it says if you're doing this type of tantra, don't eat meat, because there's a practical reason not to eat meat for that particular type of tantra. I'm not going to get into it, but in some of the lower tantras, that's what it says. And then in the highest yoga tantra, generally speaking, it says that eating meat will increase your ability to do these practices. And therefore, eating meat, there's no problem with it at all. As a matter of fact, out of compassion, as a bodhisattva in training on the tantric path, you should eat meat so that you can attain realizations more quickly, so that you can benefit all sentient beings infinitely, forever. Like the trade-off of having a bit of meat to be able to permanently benefit all beings forever is a pretty good trade-off, right? To actually be able to stop other beings who might suffer forever more quickly because you ate a bit of meat is a tremendously good payoff for a bit of economic disincentive or economic incentive for a little bit of extra suffering at the moment. That doesn't create any negative karma for you, by the way. Doesn't interfere with your ability to train whatsoever, according to the Buddha. So the trade-off is just astronomically good. Okay, I digress. We've hit another 20-minute mark, so this is where I bang the cup. The ASMR cup. For those of you who are happening through, once again, to make all this work, but when the stream started, I had about 1,800. I had about 800 total in pounds to break even as an operation, and to just pay the bills in my household. I have to have about 1,800 total. So I need to raise about 1,800 if I can in the next few days. And so only about 1,000 remains. In order for me to actually sort of live beyond just paying the bills, I need to have about 3,000 coming in, because that number includes being able to, for example, myself, go and continue training with my teachers, to continue upgrading the stuff that I need for streams, to pay other people to do stuff to help get this material out to other people. For example, I'd really love to have someone go through my videos and add Hindi subtitles or Portuguese subtitles or German subtitles, etc., so that this material can reach more people. And I need to pay people to do that. So to be able to grow this and make it more beneficial for more people will require money. So if you're here and you're compelled to help me make this reach more people, and so that I can keep this free and never charge anybody a single penny for any of this information, hit the links in the pinned comment, drop even just $5. If you have more than that you want to donate, fantastic. But if everyone just puts in $5 of the 600, 700, 800 people that are coming through, the goal will be met, and I don't need to talk about it again for the rest of the month. Okay, so as you are here now, I'll be here probably for 2 more hours unless my computer crashes. So you're not going to miss much. Click the link, drop a few bucks in there, whatever you can, and come right back, and we'll carry on. Nalanda is generally regarded as the world's first residential university, while university is recognized. Okay, yeah, that's just interchat convo. That's how bhava or existence goes in samsara. Okay. How's Vesak? I'm not sure what Dansal's is. Vesak's good. Vesak's good. There are a few days, for those who don't know, there are a few days according to Buddhists that because of various karmic factors are much more important in terms of the creation of karma for us ordinary sentient beings. So because for us those days are quite powerful, and because of certain events and so forth, blah 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 blah, stuff that's not really accessible in terms of reason actually, that when any karmas you create during those times are hundreds of thousands or millions of times more powerful than they would normally be. So during Vesak, you try to do more practice, more study, take more vows in terms of temporary vows and so forth, because the karmic results will be thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of times greater than if you were doing it at any other time during the year. So it's a great time of year to do retreat. It's a great time of year to make donations to your teachers, your gurus, charitable causes. It's a great time of year to, if you can't do any of that, just rejoice and be happy about other people doing it. Okay, super major hack, since the internet loves hacks. You guys ready for this? Lock in. Lock in. Lock in, chat. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Someone's going to have to teach me how to be a proper streamer and use all the lingo. I feel like the old guy trying to say all the new stuff and not doing it properly. Okay, here we go. So, according to karmic theory and according to Buddhist psychology, there is this practice called rejoicing. Rejoicing means you look at a virtuous action that someone else has done or is doing, and you just simply think, wow, that's great. That's it. That's all you do. You just go, that's fantastic. I'm glad that happened. This is called rejoicing. You're just happy that others are doing virtue. Yeah. Now, what's really fascinating is you can rejoice actually over negative actions or positive actions. So this can get pretty dark pretty quickly. So for example, let's say that you thought about a war where 10 million people were killed, and you went, I'm glad all those people got killed. That's fantastic. I hope it was really bad for them, because I hate those kind of people. You accumulate the karma immediately in a fraction of a second of all of those people that were killed during the war. So it's as if, karmically speaking, you've killed 10 million people. And so you immediately accumulate the karma equal to the negative actions you just rejoiced in, which is really, really crappy, right? So you need to be careful when you're watching the news, watching current events, that you're not chasing the feeling of being really happy about horrible things happening to other people. Or people you don't like in politics, for example, having really bad things happen to them. Because if you rejoice in non-virtue and you rejoice in harm coming to other beings, you accumulate those non-virtues yourself without doing the actions yourself. So this is quite a powerful and difficult thing to deal with on the negative end. On the positive end, here we are in Vesak. There are millions of Buddhists, 100 million Buddhists, who are doing more practice, charity, who are lighting millions of butter lamps and candles, who are putting millions of incense out, who are donating millions to charitable causes to stop diseases and support hospitals and build monasteries and support educational initiatives and give people clothing and give people food. There are millions of water bowl offerings being made. There are millions of prayers being issued. There are millions of mantras being uttered. There are millions of people going into retreat. If you simply think right now, wow, that's great. I'm really happy that all these beings are doing this incredible thing. They're doing all this incredible virtue. You accumulate at least half, if not all of, the karma of millions of people doing virtue. It's as if you did it yourself, according to karmic theory. So in a fraction of a second, you can accumulate millions of hours of other people's effort. It's very efficient. You can become a karmic billionaire sitting here tonight. It's a get-rich-quick scheme. And not only that, if you had a mala with you, if you had I don't have my mala on me, but if you had your mala with you, every time you go, that's great. That's a new karmic action. So you could go, millions did, oh, that's incredible. Okay, second time. Millions of people did all of this virtue. That's incredible. Okay, third time. And you can accumulate not just one time all of their good actions, but an entire mala's worth, 108 times, 111 times, 1,000 times. Accumulate all the virtues. And now you want to make it even bigger. According to the Mahayana Sutras, there are infinite Buddhas, infinite Bodhisattvas, infinitely benefiting infinite beings, and have been from infinite time. How incredible all these things they're doing. And now, even if that's not entirely true, the imaginative value, and I think it is true personally, but even if it's not true, just the imaginative value of thinking, what if it were like that and all this virtue were happening? You can accumulate at least some of the virtue as if it was actually happening. The virtue of countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas benefiting infinite beings infinitely. And you can get, in a fraction of a second, the merit as if you have done at least half of that yourself. So rejoicing practice, if you believe in karma, rejoicing practice is like one of the most incredible hacks there is on this planet. To just divert for a moment in thinking about Wesak. Okay, carrying on down through the chat. Okay. Bell asks, I heard a famous YouTuber coach say relaxation is manifestation. Can you explain it using your understanding of meditation and everything? The thing is, okay, things like the power, what is it? Not the power of positive thinking, like The Secret, you know, these sorts of like, oh, I'm going to manifest it into reality. There's no mechanism by which your mental images, in the sense being described there, just simply becomes a physical reality. However, there is a sense in which, because your mind is involved in the way you're dividing up your own experience, right? There is a sense in which if you focus really hard on a particular outcome, you will start to see ways that you could make that outcome actually occur. So, for example, in my book on meditation, for example, one of the things that I recommend is set some goals for yourself in terms of your training. Like, every year I want to be able to do a 10-day retreat. Why should you set a goal like that instead of just sort of letting things develop as they may? Because if you set the goal that every year I want to do, let's call it 30 days of retreat. Now, maybe that seems nuts to you right now, but if you set this goal, I'm going to do 30 days of retreat per year, then somehow your mind, with this sort of like little psychological itch in the back of your brain somewhere, is going to start looking for ways to make sure that you actually can do as much of that 30 days as you can. And somehow you'll start to go, okay, well, I need to get the money together. I need to make sure that somehow I sort this out with work or the type of work I'm doing. I need to make sure blah, 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 blah. And so your brain just starts to sort of, and your mind just starts to sort of work out in the background, and you start arranging things to make it happen. And then you actually do make it happen. And so the quote unquote secret is not because like the universe is arranging things so that you can make your dreams come true. In my humble view, just simply imagining stuff inside your head, it never becomes reality in that way. But if you set goals for yourself that are ambitious, and you put them down on paper somewhere, and you think about them regularly, and you read them every day, and you really focus on, I really want to do this, I want to make this happen, I want to sort this out, boom, 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 you will start noticing ways and opportunities and pathways to make it happen. And you can put that to work for you in terms of your meditation training as well. Simply making your mind more calm is not going to do that, right? This has to do with setting goals and thinking about those goals over and over and over again. Spirit possession. So according to a lot of cultures in Asia, a lot of cultures across Asia, and even the Abrahamic traditions, there are beings who don't have, right? We were just talking about near-death experiences, etc. So there are beings who don't have ordinary physical bodies like you and I. There are beings that have what we would call in Buddhism form bodies, bodies that are made of a substance that is not physical substance, but is still a physical form. Beings in the bardo have this. When you're between lives, you have a body made of this sub-physical substance. I imagine it a bit, and this isn't canon, this is my opinion. I imagine it a bit like the visualized apple, right? It has a form. It's a physical sort of thing in a sense, because it has dimensions and you can kind of poke it and makes sounds and blah, blah, blah. It has a form, color, shape, roughly speaking. In a sense, it has a location in space, but it's breaking all the laws of physics as we understand it. So it's not a normal physical object. So according to Buddhism, Taoism, I don't know about Hinduism and Jainism, but a number of shamanistic systems around the world, there are beings that have bodies that can pass through physical objects, etc., breaking the laws of physics, in my humble view, in a similar way to that your mental images break the laws of physics. So from this standpoint, there are certain beings, according to Buddhism, that have bodies that are not made of ordinary matter. They're made of some kind of sub-physical, sub-material matter. And those beings, from time to time, will try to enter the body of a being who has a physical body, because some of those beings are desperately trying to get back into some type of physical existence. In particular, in the category of what Buddhists would call hungry ghosts. Those beings are living very, very tough lives and would very much prefer to not be stuck in their circumstances. So, yeah. And then you have entities that are kind of malevolent. So from time to time, people die, and under certain circumstances, they end up as really horrifically scary types of beings, and those beings are actively trying to stop them and trying to hurt people. Also, there's another category which is kind of fascinating. So Mara, right? It is actually not like a demon. Mara is a deva. Mara is a being from the form realm who was recently reborn into the form realm, saw that the Buddha was getting people out of samsara and didn't like this, and wanted to stop the Buddha from being successful in getting people out of samsara. So according to Buddhism, there is an actual deity actually from the upper realms, not like the hells or something, right? This is not like the Lord of Hell. This is a deity who looked at the situation and goes, you know what? I really don't like that this guy is getting all these people out of this problem because of whatever reason. I don't know. These beings aren't going to be worshiping me anymore. These beings aren't going to be, I won't be the most powerful thing in this corner of reality anymore. I don't like this. And so this being started actively working on trying to keep people stuck. So, according to Buddhism, there are situations in which you might have possession, or you might have what the Tibetans call spiritual attack, this kind of thing. And this idea of possession and blah blah blah, you find it all over the place. So, my humble view, I don't know. Um, I've spent a lot of time describing it just now because I'd like you to know sort of the broad picture. Honestly, I don't know. It's one of those things that I don't say yes, I don't say no. I'm just not sure. Um, in cases where there's, let's say, possession and really weird things happen that break the laws of physics, okay, I think that warrants some attention. But there's also just a huge amount of mental illness on this planet, which probably explains most of what people think is spiritual possession. And I think that's worth keeping in mind. So if you think you're having that kind of issue, the first thing to do is visit a mental health professional, probably not a priest. If someone's in the Theravada path, at what point can you take the Bodhisattva vows? I imagine you attest you have to hit Sotapanna to make the decision, otherwise he's too mature to make the vow. No. So if you enter the Bodhisattva path, you can either do it by aspiration or by action. So the Bodhisattva path includes the Theravada path. As I said in a recent video, if this is nirvana, and there's a ladder that leads up to nirvana, a bodhisattva climbs the ladder up to nirvana, and then through developing compassion, enters, rather than staying in what's called abiding nirvana, which you would call nirvana without remainder, right? In the Pali tradition, instead of remaining in a nirvanic state where you're just absorbing into the fundamental nature of your own consciousness forever, instead of this, you develop compassion, and then out of the force of compassion, you don't remain in abiding nirvana, you enter non-abiding nirvana. So non-abiding nirvana is a state of existence in which you're no longer being pushed around by karma and delusion and ignorance. Your existence is going on in a more complex way, like ours is now. Our existence is quite complex. It's not simply this basal level of consciousness. Your existence goes on in a very complex sort of manifestation, not out of karmic predisposition, but because of the force of your compassion. And then while continuing in non-abiding nirvana, you climb the rest of the ladder up to here, which is samyak sambodhi, full unexcelled enlightenment. You see? So as a bodhisattva, you develop all of the elements of the path associated with the Theravada path, including renunciation and the perfections of the Theravada path, etc., and you bring them to completion, attaining nirvana. You then use compassion to stop yourself from remaining in nirvana and continue to go on existing, so that to continue to go on manifesting, let's say, in this level of complex sort of form, so that you can carry on with your training towards full enlightenment. So if you're on the Theravada path, you could, in a practical sense, just start going to a place where they train in Mahayana and do that until you're comfortable with understanding what the commitments are for taking bodhisattva vows, and then take those vows and carry on training that way. The true gateway, though, to the bodhisattva path is not simply taking vows, it's having a certain type of motivation. So you're not on the bodhisattva path by practice until you can generate bodhicitta, the mind that desires to attain enlightenment for the sake of removing the suffering of all sentient beings. And just to give you some sense of how difficult it is to generate that mind, the great yogis say it's easier to realize emptiness or selflessness than it is to generate bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is the most difficult mind in all of Buddhist psychology to generate. It's extremely difficult. And even once you've generated a bit of it, it's really difficult to make it more natural and more automatic. To put it in perspective, I know a person who spent 4 years working on step 1 out of like 14 steps of mental stuff you need to develop to have bodhicitta, spent 4 years developing the first step. So to actually generate each step and have that become how you naturally relate to the world and to other people is very hard and takes a lot of time. Even great practitioners like Venerable Atisha, he spent 9 years with his teacher Serlingpa, and they did nothing, supposedly did nothing else for 9 years except for train in just this mind of bodhicitta. And when I say they spent 9 years doing it, usually that means they were spending probably hours a day talking about it, studying it, training in it, basically doing nothing but trying to generate this mind, right? So Venerable Atisha, who was already a great scholar and practitioner, spent 9 years working on this mind full time, as it basically the equivalent of a career, right? He took it on as a full-time job for 9 years. So to enter the bodhisattva path by practice, the motivation that's required for your path to be the bodhisattva path is the motivation of bodhicitta, and it's not easy to generate. Now, in terms of aspiration, in terms of the desire to travel on a certain path, tonight you could generate the aspirational bodhicitta, which is, wow, the bodhisattva path sounds really cool. You know, striving for enlightenment for all beings, that's really awesome. I want to do that. Right? The aspiration, just the desire to want to get to the point where you're doing that, that's enough for you to then go to some place and learn all the stuff and start taking the steps and do the practices that lead to having actual bodhicitta and so on. And then at some point, part of the bodhisattva vows is, at least in the Tibetan tradition, I think it's different in the Chinese and Japanese traditions, but in the Tibetan tradition, the prerequisite for taking the bodhisattva vows is that you need to have had at least one moment of genuine, uncontrived, unconstructed bodhicitta. So that might take you several years. It might take you several years to just generate one moment of actual bodhicitta. But once you've had at least one moment of actual bodhicitta arise in your mind, where you genuinely, from your bone marrow, from the bottom of your being, pervading all of your being, have this intense, overwhelming, completely all-consuming, driving desire that overwhelms you completely and overrides every other desire you have for a few moments, spontaneously, without trying to make that happen, that this desire comes up after training for a long time, making it come up in a constructed way by building it, right? When it comes up spontaneously for a couple of moments, and you have this desire to attain this state of absolute perfection, omniscience, full capability, the ability to emanate trillions of forms for the benefit of other beings, etc., 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 to attain the state of full Buddhahood, in order solely and purely for no other reason than to remove the suffering of other sentient beings. When this desire comes up in the way I've described, and you have a couple moments of this, a couple little taste of this, that's what qualifies you to take bodhisattva vows, according to the Tibetan tradition and the Indian tradition for taking these vows. Okay, next question. Hello, bro. Hey, Shade Gamer. Hope you're still here. Chitta. Where is chitta or mind? Where does it live in our body? Is it on our brain or in our heart? So in Japan and China and so forth, they say heart, mind, right? There's this word. What is it? In Chinese, I think it's shen, if I'm not mistaken. and they point here. And part of the reason for that is if you think about your emotions for a minute, um, think about like when you feel really happy, it starts here. It doesn't start here. When you feel really sad, you feel empty here, and then it kind of spreads. And when you get annoyed, like before you get really angry, you feel it sort of here first, and then you start to get angry, and it goes like this, and it sort of spreads out, right? So the your mind doesn't actually have a physical location in space. It's not located in any particular location, but in terms of the let's say the interaction point, I suppose, of where your consciousness is making the strongest connection to the body is not actually here. It's in the center of the chest. And according to the Tibetan Tantras, when you depart from this life, your mind first pulls all of these associated substances that keep all of your consciousnesses running and is part of what keeps your organs running and so on. You can watch the Tukdam documentary if you want to see a bit on this. It's very fascinating. But at the time of death, all of these subtle substances associated with consciousness pull into here, not up here. They pull into the center here. And then from there, they either leave through the head or they leave through some other part of the body. And from there, they move on to the next existence. That being said, consciousness of itself doesn't have a particular location. Have you yourself ever asked yourself if you'd become a monk? I ask out of personal interest because it's such a big decision. Yeah, I normally don't tell this story in front of a big audience, but I'll give you like a little bit of the beginning of my journey. So, the beginning of my journey. I just hate it when people say stuff like that. So at the start of my practice, I started out when I was 16 doing Chinese martial arts. And so I was doing a really, really violent Chinese martial art in California just horrifically violent. And at the time, I found it to be pretty cool, as a 16-year-old to be able to basically take a grown dude apart without too much effort is really empowering. And after doing that for a while, I thought, I'd like to know more about what's going on with Asian culture and blah, blah, blah to help me better inform what I'm doing in the martial arts. And we've reached another 20-minute mark. So before I continue, my little commercial break here. As I've said several times in the stream, I started the stream with about 800 pounds or so between the various donation platforms I use. To break even for the month in terms of all the stuff that has to go out in terms of bills and so forth, I need about 1,800. So I need in the next few days, if possible, to try to raise about 1,000 more pounds. So if everybody just chips in 5, 10 pounds, 20 pounds, whatever you can, that'll be plenty and I'll be good to go. Long term, I have to bring in about 3,000 a month to not just break even, but also be able to do for my own training, to buy more books, to go on more retreats, to travel to see my teachers and take important teachings, as well as just have a life beyond paying the bills. So likewise, there's about 1,000 followers now for the channel. If everybody is comfortable chipping in even 5 pounds a month, then the money side of this completely disappears and I can carry on putting in 70 or 100 hours into benefiting the community. And I don't want to have to charge anybody to do any of this. And frankly, I would stop doing this before I charged anyone for what I do, because I think that's not an ethical thing to do. So for this to work, the community has to decide that it's worth it to put in a few bucks every month. So for this month, since I don't have a recurring donation system for any of this, if you're on the stream or you find it later, just click the links that's in the chat or in the description drop a few bucks in there, or if you're feeling generous, drop even more than that. And then, like I said, once I hit that number, I can just ignore this. There's a whole money side of this until we get to the end of June. Okay, carrying on with the story. So when I was 16, I think, I bought a book on what's called um, um, Doyen practice by a Chinese internal martial arts practitioner, Dr. Yang, who's very, very famous and extremely well credentialed and extremely capable in the Chinese arts. And there's one particular Doyen practice, a sort of like Taoist yoga practice, you could say. But they also do these at the Shaolin Temple, so they're kind of Buddhisty also. There was a Doyen practice that I found in this book called Bodhidharma's Fist Set. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you guys being here. Honestly, this is, sorry to just come back to you all for 1 second before I go on. This is the fulfillment of my life's dream. Frankly, honestly, truly, I have done so many other things in my life, and there is nothing else I want to do but this. I want to do my training. I want to study. I want to write things that are meaningful and helpful to other people. And I want to be on here helping people and talking to people and helping their practice go well. There is genuinely nothing else in the world that I want to be doing, which is why I don't mind being on here until 2 a.m. with all of you, right? Like I feel energized by this, not worn out. And as of today, I'm going on, I think, 22 days working between 10 and 18 hours a day on this. So I'm overjoyed by the fact that this is helpful for you. So if I can make the money part of it work, then I can carry on doing it, which for me makes me very happy. And if it helps you all and makes you happy also, all the better. And between the members of the community, it's a very small amount for the community to be able to support me in doing this. And so, that also makes me feel good. I don't want to put a financial burden on anyone in particular. So if it's a small amount everyone chips in, then I can do it all, and then everyone gets it for free, So it just makes me feel good. Okay. So when I was 16, I found this thing, and in the Damo fist set, it's called, or the Bodhidharma fist set, is a set of exercises in which you learn how to stretch the connective tissue of the body through various types of postures. And if you're doing the Bodhidharma fist set, it involves very intense concentration, breathing, body awareness, etc. And I had already been doing I had already been doing martial arts for quite some time, very intensively, sometimes 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. So I was very deeply into the system that I was in. And so I started doing the Bodhidharma fist set. And it's at one period of time, I was doing this fist set with as much concentration as I could muster. And all of a sudden, I had a small taste of jhana, a small taste of samadhi for the first time. And it rocked me to my core, absolutely rocked me to my core, because I felt this incredible bliss. And I felt like unlimited energy to be able to carry on in the practice I was doing, and the pain that I was feeling in the practice completely disappeared. And it was a state of mind and a state of body and a state of joy in terms of my experience of life in general that I had never experienced up to that point. Yeah. Yi Jin Jin. Tendon changing. That's right. The Damo fist set from Yi Jin Jin. So I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what to call it. I didn't know what meditation was at that point. I didn't know what samadhi was. I don't think I had ever heard the term jhana. I probably hadn't even heard the word bliss in that context before, right? I was a total green, totally green. But that set me on a course where I thought, I want that again. I want to know what that is. I have to know more about whatever this is. And I have to be able to do that again because that was the most incredible thing I've ever experienced. And I didn't make it happen again for 3 years because I didn't know what it was. I didn't know how to make it happen. I didn't have teachers. Nobody knew. I didn't really talk to anybody about it because, I was 16 and whatever. So when I was 19, I think, um, yeah, would have been 19. My aunt, who was a Catholic at the time, worked at a retreat center in California called Spirit Rock, where they mainly teach in the Thai forest tradition, and they teach Vipassana meditation. And their technique, I think, is somewhat similar to the Goenka tradition, but it's basically body scanning, following the breath, becoming aware of physical sensation, becoming aware of the senses, becoming aware of consciousness, or contents of consciousness, and then, if you can, becoming aware of consciousness itself. And so I went on a long story short, I went on a 5-day retreat there, and I went in humbly without giving you too much detail. I was not a very good person when I went in. I was having a good time in college, and I was not a very good person. And I went into this retreat, and I came out 100% convinced I was going to be a monk. Nobody knew who I was. I shaved my head. I was vegetarian, I think, for about 2 years. I was celibate, or mostly celibate, I think, for about 2 years. Didn't have a drink except for, I think, maybe one beer as a as a college student for about 2 years, and really had no idea what to do because everything I thought was correct and right and was the way to go suddenly was not. I had And in that retreat, I just had a couple of experiences of concentration, like the one that I had for the first time doing tendon changing, doing martial arts, except it lasted a lot longer. And it realized all of a sudden, sort of in a giant tumble of emotion and realization and recognition, that this is it. This is what I've always wanted in my life, and this is what's been missing. And this is the only thing that's actually important. Everything else I've done up to this point is actually not important at all. This is it. And then I went back to college, and my father convinced me, spend one more year in college. So because of spending one more year in college instead of going off to a monastery, I ended up meeting my heart guru, my first two gurus actually, Geshe Dakpa, the Tibetan monk, the very accomplished Tibetan monk, and one of his students, who's the one that I always talk about as my heart guru, who I spent about 12 years training with until he passed away. So, in brief, I was still thinking I would become a monk even during that 1 year, out of respect for my father's wishes. I still thought for sure I'm going to become a monk, right? And I was researching monasteries, calling monasteries, talking to people, sorting out the logistics, and I was going to become a monk. And I talked to my heart teacher, the gentleman who would become my heart teacher for 12 years, and he said, listen to me carefully. Most people in this world don't know what a monk is. And if you become a monk, people are going to look at you, and they're going to look at your clothing, this and that and this and that. And because they don't understand who you are and what you're doing, because you've taken that path, the number of people that you're going to be able to help will shrink from a much wider number of people to a much smaller number of people. And I said, okay. The thing I want to do is benefit other. The thing I want to do is benefit other beings. The thing I want to do is help other beings. So if you're telling me that I can't help as many beings if I become a monk, then I'm going to stay a layperson. And so, honoring my heart guru's wishes, I've taken the path as a layperson. Okay. Yes, I've finally arrived back at the issue of reincarnation. You're very welcome. It took me years to think that through and become confident about it. And it took me having experiences, in addition to what I described personally, having experiences that made me think it's real, and a number of other little pieces of evidence that I didn't mention today. Little sort of contributing pieces of evidence where I thought, okay, you know what? There's really nothing holding me back from thinking that rebirth is a real thing. It actually, if I think about the mind being non-physical, it explains so much more of what's going on in terms of human experience than the other model. And so, yeah, uh, if the mind is non-physical, the best way of thinking about it is, of course, that it doesn't come from the body, and therefore it comes from somewhere else in the past. And likewise, at death, it's not just going to go away; it's going to go somewhere else. When someone's paralyzed, where does the chitta go? Okay, so if someone is in a vegetative state, according to Buddhism, according to the tantric psychology, so this is not something you'd find in the Pali Canon, as far as I know, and also as far as I know, you don't find in the Sutra Mahayana Canon. But I think in the tantric canon, you find these descriptions of the layers of consciousness that each of us has. The most coarse is roughly, again, I'm maybe getting some of these out of order, but amongst the most coarse, at least, is your 5 external senses. So those are the most sort of coarse, manifest. That's what dominates most of your life right now as a normal being. Oh, jumping ahead a bit. Yes, there is a Mongolian tradition. Next, the next most subtler than your external sensory consciousnesses is your mental consciousness, which is just your waking mind having the thoughts and emotions and memories and so forth that you have when you're awake as a normal person. Subtler than this is, again, I might be getting these out of order, but subtler than that is when your mind is asleep and having a dream. That consciousness is slightly subtler than the one that you experience during your waking state. Subtler than that is when you pass out. And so this would, when you pass out and you have no memory of what happened. So somebody, like in martial arts, sometimes you get choked out, right? And you go unconscious, or you hit your head and you go unconscious. That state of mind is subtler than the dream state. Subtler than this is dreamless sleep. So as everyone knows, you have REM sleep and you have whatever the term is, non-REM sleep, right? So when you're not dreaming and the mind is not generating new images in deep sleep, through training, you can actually become aware of that period where you're not dreaming. And that state of consciousness is subtler than the dream consciousness. And I think, if I'm getting this in order, is subtler than the passed out consciousness. So the passed out consciousness is or may be equivalent to the vegetative state consciousness. Subtler still are the 4 types of consciousness that occur at death. At the time of death, all of these other types of consciousness dissolve back into the most basic types of consciousness, which go through 4 different layers, or if you look at some of the tantras, 3 different layers. And the ways those are experienced subjectively is, this is kind of interesting. If you look at near-death experience, people actually have these experiences and describe this during near-death experience. And not everybody experiences all of them, but at least from what I've seen, everybody experiences some of them, which is, I think, a good indication that these are real things. So first you see a point of light in the distance, right? This is in almost every near-death experience. Then it's as if that light comes towards you and you are white light extending in every direction. So this is the first one, radiant white. This next one doesn't happen to everyone, but it happens to some people, radiant sort of red or reddish color. The next one is the light sort of turns off, and it's called black near attainment. It's just darkness in every direction. And you do hear that in some near-death experiences, where it's as if you're sort of in a, for lack of a better term, sort of a radiant blackness that's extending in every direction. And then next, the layer down from this is called clear light. So the dark color, the dark that's extending in every direction, sort of melts and dissolves. And in the same way that as we're sitting here, right, you can see my arm because light hits my arm, hits the camera, and then you get the image from the light that bounced off and touched the camera. However, look, as I move my hand, you can see that actually there's light everywhere already, because wherever I move my hand, there's light that's already there, ready to hit my hand, right? So there's actually light all over the room, but it's clear light, completely clear light, because it hasn't hit something, it hasn't landed on something yet, and therefore hasn't bounced off of it and hit your eyes and blah, blah, blah. So it's completely clear, even though it's filling all the space in the room. So the final state of awareness that occurs at the time of death after radiant black, that dissolves into completely clear light in every direction that isn't landing on anything at all. And this is the subtlest state of consciousness that exists. And this is in the Tantras. If you spent the next 8 or 10 years preparing and studying and training in the sutra version of any of the Tibetan systems, then you could do enough of the stuff that's required to prepare your body, your mind, your understanding of stuff to be able to train in the Tantras. And the Tantras are still there, still in full and viable form. What they're trying to do in the Tantras is to basically, there are techniques that allow you to generate the experience of clear light while you're still alive. And so you train to generate this mind, become aware of this mind, do practice in this mind while you're still alive, so that at the time of death, when that mind is even more powerful than the one you can generate while you're alive, you can use it to do practice and make tremendous progress on the path to enlightenment at the time of death. Which, by the way, is also why my guru used to say that whether or not your practice arises at the time of death is the most important thing, right? Because you have a really special opportunity at that time. If you just get blown by your karmic winds, blow right through that state in a fraction of a second, then you make no extra progress. But if you've trained and you can catch that mind and stop it and hold your mind there for a period of time, you can make a lot of progress. So being in a vegetative state is on this continuum of subtler and subtler minds. It's amongst one of these minds that's quite subtle. Exactly which one I couldn't say, but it could be like dreamless sleep. It could be like the passing out mind. It could be even maybe one of these subtler minds that's closer to what you experience at the time of death. But it's subtle enough that basically from your perspective, nothing is changing the entire time. Although some people in coma, who, at least the ones who have some brain activity, they report having internal experiences, so it depends. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I agree with you, General Dao. I think having some experiences of, for those who don't know, jhana is like training in concentration. So having some experience of concentration can really change your understanding of the rest of the path, because it gives you more insight into what we're talking about with all the rest of this. When a person has properly, if a person's brain is dead, does that mean consciousness is not there? No, not necessarily. Consciousness may be there, but it's so subtle that it's not doing anything with the body, right? Okay. Yes, Mongolian tradition, I answered. What is consciousness? Consciousness is defined as that which is clear and knowing. So when you're consciousness is something that gives rise to an experience of something and then is aware of or knows that experience. That's what consciousness is. Nirvana I covered earlier in the stream, so if you would just go back and rewatch the stream, you'll see that in the earlier part of the stream. My sea of knowledge. Truthfully, I feel quite humble about my knowledge because I've studied and trained with people for whom, honestly and truly, not just being, fake humble, but I honestly think that my teachers have forgotten more about the Dharma than I've ever learned. Like compared to my teachers, I'm like a drop in the bucket, Okay. Uh-oh. Uh, okay, got it again. Okay. So, why is consciousness love? Okay. There's a little bit of debate about this, all right? A little bit of debate as to whether consciousness by nature is loving, let's say, or whether, how to say this, whether love and compassion, for example, are are the only possible way that mind can react to realizing what mind is. Do you understand what I'm saying? It'll be more clear if I spell it out, I think. In the in the types of meditation that I teach, for example, one of the techniques that I train people in is called Mahamudra, where you learn how to access your sense consciousnesses first. So you gain the ability to actually experience what your sense consciousnesses are. And one of my students who's been with me, I think, 3 years now, finally had an experience about 2 or 3 months ago, something like this, where he had an experience of what vision is for the first time. And he sent me a message basically saying he's never going to be the same again because he finally experienced what vision, what it is to. Again, this is not mystical. Please don't think I'm just reciting poetry, okay? I'm not. That honestly and truly, for everyone here in the chat, if you haven't done a lot of meditation training, even the experience of just what your ordinary sensory consciousnesses are when you get the BS out of the way is so profound that you will never be the same again if you experience even one of them as it is. And one of the most, and let me rewind that a bit by saying, cognitive science actually agrees with the yogis on this. It just doesn't have any methods for experiencing it directly. So, cognitive science will tell you that what you see is not the room. You're not looking at the room. You're not looking at the screen. What you're seeing here is not the screen. What you're seeing around you is not the room you're sitting in, or the cafe, or the park, or wherever you are. What you're seeing, your eye organ gets stimulated. This is sending signals to your mind. Your mind takes that information and arranges it into an image. What you experience is the image your mind has generated. You don't experience the world itself. What this means is, stay with me, very important. What this means is the object you're experiencing in the world, like the phone or laptop or iPad or whatever you're looking at, that object itself is this mind. Because if you zoom out, they're connected like this. It's only when you've zoomed in too far you think that they're two completely separate things. Cognitive science will tell you that your mind generates the image and then experiences the image as an object. So there is an external world, there is a real world out there, but the part of it that we get to experience actually comes from us because of how the world has stimulated our senses. Does this make sense? When you have an experience of what even the deep interconnectedness of how the world can't be pulled apart from you, what is the only rational response when you realize every sentient being, whatever, 10 billion human beings, trillions of animals, countless stars, the perception and the experience and the entire world being generated by consciousness. Think about this. There's literally an entire universe surrounding you, and the your mind is generating the entire image of a fucking universe. Do you know how incredible this is? I mean, it's insane, but that's how it is. So that can't be pulled apart from you. So the world and you are in this inseparable relationship. And that includes all the other beings in the world. The only rational response, since this person over here is basically my left hand and this person over here is basically my right hand, the only rational response is love. What other response could there be except, I hope that person's happy? I mean, right? The only rational response is, I hope they don't suffer. Because that would be like my two hands going like this and fighting each other. I can't be pulled apart from any of you that are watching this. And you can't be pulled apart from me. So therefore, your happiness should be just as important to me as my own happiness. Your freedom from suffering should be just as important to me as my own freedom from suffering. Just that is the only rational response to what consciousness is. And then if you add on emptiness and selflessness and impermanence and the rest of it, you just triple down on the fact that the only thing to do is be loving and compassionate. So there's a little bit of debate, little tiny bit of debate as to whether consciousness itself is loving and compassionate by nature, or if through experiencing what the reality of consciousness is, the only sort of action that makes sense coming out of that experience is love and compassion. But in any case, these things are like extremely deeply interrelated, right? Okay. Yeah. Rumi wrote some fantastic poems. Shade Gamer, like I said, go back, watch the earlier part of the stream. Lots of stuff in there. Buddha Gang is, I think Buddha Gang has already been taken. Someone's claimed that, and yeah, I'm not going to say more. Nirvana is comfortable, right? Yep. I've already mentioned that. So if you can, people in the chat, try to, if you have a question, put it in there once. Don't put it in there multiple times. I will make my way through the chat. No. Can't rush. We got beef with other gangs. Oh, too many jokes in one little package. Okay. $3:42. Yeah, if you guys need to sleep, you can sleep, and you can come back and watch the stream tomorrow. I love your Christianity Defeats Buddhism video where you made responding to Timothy. I listened to all of it today, and that's how I found you. It's very helpful to understand Buddhism. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Honestly, Dr. Tennant is a soft target in terms of these things. I felt because his arguments were so poor that it would be, and but because the mistakes were making are mistakes that a lot of people make, that correcting it would be beneficial for people because a lot of people think those things. But he just took a whole bunch of them and he put them all in one place. So I thought, wow, what actually, again, nothing against Tennant himself. I would have him over for dinner. I'd love to, honestly, I'd love to meet him. I'd be happy hanging out with him. No problem with him at all. And even though he made lots of mistakes, in my view, you know, uh, evangelicals, I feel some camaraderie with any person who is deeply struggling with their faith and trying to do what they think, at least, is in alignment with love and compassion and trying to benefit others. Even if it's misguided, I still feel some camaraderie and fraternity with those people. And, at the end of the day, uh, Buddhism, for example, is not for everyone. Some people need something else. So, um, yeah, I actually support. This may surprise some people, but I support people converting to other religions. I support people practicing other religions because Buddhism is not for everybody. Buddhism is for people with certain kinds of predispositions and certain kinds of needs. And actually, according to the Jataka tales of the Buddha was not a Buddhist in all of his previous lifetimes. There's at least one lifetime we have on record where all he did was worship. Who was it? Maybe I think Agni or something, or Ishvara, or one of the Hindu pantheon of gods. He just lived in the forest as a shramana, and he worshipped one particular Hindu god for that whole lifetime, if memory serves. So, on his path as a bodhisattva, on his way to enlightenment, there were lifetimes where all he did was worship conventional gods who are also stuck in samsara. Um, and there were times where he took rebirth in heavenly realms and was a deity himself. And there are deities, according to Buddhism, who are Buddhists. So if you were reborn in the heaven of one of those deities, you might learn some Dharma. So not all of the heavens are terrible places to go. And there are even, let's call them Buddhist heavens, like what are called the pure abodes in the Pali Canon, where if you've developed to a certain amount, you can take rebirth in these kinds of heavenly realms where things are very nice and very easy and very comfortable, and everyone around you are great practitioners. And then you can complete your training in these places. And the pure realms are even more sort of expansive because they have, the Buddhas in their wisdom and compassion have created spaces that are very easy to enter, where if you enter there, you'll either attain enlightenment in that place, or you'll attain enlightenment in the next immediate rebirth after you leave that place. So considering how complex all of this stuff is, I actually don't mind at all if people are other religions, and I don't mind training people and training with people that are practicing other religions, because you had to do a lot of stuff as a non-Buddhist, for example, that was really good to be reborn in a lifetime where you become Buddhist, according to Buddhism. You weren't Buddhist. You did a bunch of stuff that was highly virtuous in regards to truth, in regards to humility, in regards to cultivating various kinds of ethical practices, and now you're here. And so who am I to say that a great Christian practitioner won't be reborn in a few lifetimes as a great Buddhist practitioner? I don't know. Neither do you. And if you say, well, they hold wrong views, so therefore they're going to a lower realm. No. We all hold wrong views. And you have to cultivate virtue in the midst of your wrong views for a long time, according to the canon, before you're going to be reborn in a circumstance where you don't end up with wrong views. So, there's you got to think bigger. There's a multi-lifetime process of training going on that isn't always you ending up as a Buddhist necessarily, and that's okay. Carrying on. How does the mind work in the Abhidharma? That is a huge question, my man, or woman. I'm not sure. Ishan Oshada. I'm not sure. Uh, that's actually a question that I wish I could answer in a few number of words, but I unfortunately cannot. It's a huge subject. Abhidharma, massive subject. It's like studying psychology. It's just a huge subject. I mean, I think we spent when we were studying Abhidharma, um, I don't know, the better part of a year studying Abhidharma when I went through the subject, and we're still not done. uh, Roughly speaking, you have what's called a main mind, which is your central consciousness, and then you have your sensory consciousnesses, which are also main minds, and then on top of your main mind of mental consciousness, you have what are called mental factors, which are sort of like cognitive processes associated with main minds, um, like concentration or attention or this sort of thing. And so things like anger, attachment, aversion, sleepiness, etc., are mental factors that are sort of surrounding or interacting with or sort of glomming on to your main consciousness. Roughly speaking, that's how mind works in Abhidharma. It's also in Abhidharma, minds are considered to be non-physical things that give rise to experiences and then cognize or know those experiences. So that's their function. Okay. Are you talking metaphysics today? Yeah, I've done quite a bit. Academic path. Would you say it's a hindrance to accept for a PhD research associate if I need 10 semesters for my bachelor's, or is it master's most important? It really depends on you. Since we've hit another 20-minute mark ish, we've got new people in the stream. Let me say one more time. So, sorry to continue doing this, and hopefully this will change in the future, but just real quick, everything I teach is for free. And if I have to start charging for things, I will stop teaching them because I will never charge people money for the things I teach. If you'd like to support the community by helping me stay free in teaching, basically, then I need to have at least $1,800 a month to break even for my household. If I'm going to continue upgrading the stream, getting better gear to make this more professional, have my stream not crash every 3 hours, have better quality video, etc. All of that will require some money and support from the community. So in the next week or so, I need to try to raise, if I can, about £1,000. When we started the stream, I had, I think, between the Venmo and the GoFundMe, about £800. So between those two, if you haven't chipped in before, even £5 does mean a lot, because there's 1,000 followers and because about 600 people or so will see this stream. If you can chip in 5, 10, 20 pounds, whatever you can, and half the people do that, it's done. Everything is paid for, and I can carry on and not have to do anything except for focus entirely on this and helping you guys. So take a quick break if you don't mind. Click the link there. Follow one of the links and send a few bucks through the Venmo or through the GoFundMe. On the GoFundMe, slide the little slider down so that they don't take 20% of the money. Just click through, slide that slider down for how much you're going to give to GoFundMe, and just put it straight in for me. And yeah, if I can get about £1,000 together in the next week or so, then all of this carries on, and I don't have to really worry about it for another month, and I can upgrade the gear for the equipment and carry on with my own training as well. So that would be very meaningful. Any amount you can contribute is deeply appreciated. Okay, so in terms of getting a PhD, it's really up to you. the challenge with getting a PhD is that there's almost no academics on the planet. I can count them, I think, on one hand or maybe two hands. The academics on the planet in Buddhist circles that are both highly capable academics and deeply sincere practitioners. So the Venn diagram has a very, very thin overlap in between the two. And there's a great, I think, danger that because the academies set up to um, largely to take you in directions that aren't very helpful for your practice in terms of academic discipline, there's a danger that you're going to spend a lot of time working on a research area that doesn't mean anything for you and won't mean very much for other people, and furthermore, you're not going to get hired anywhere to teach that. How do I know? Even though I did a really interesting, somewhat profound, kind of groundbreaking work for my PhD that is actually at the bleeding important cutting edge of philosophy, and is exactly what philosophers in globally are saying is the type of work that needs to be done in philosophy. I haven't been able to find a job in academia, for example, on the basis of my PhD. Now, part of that has to do with the fact that I want to stay in Edinburgh, and my wife wants to stay in Edinburgh. But part of it has to do with the fact that there's just not that many jobs, for example, in Buddhist studies in universities, and humanities departments are shrinking in universities, and philosophy departments are shrinking in universities in particular. So, man, you really have your work cut out for you if you were going to do something in Buddhist studies. Now, all of that being said, um, I learned so much and became such a better practitioner and scholar by doing my PhD. I don't think that the PhD itself is ever going to what am I trying to say? I get a lot of value out of it. And because now I'm doing this, I'm able to communicate this stuff so much better. And the arguments that I have for these things are so much sharper, so much more on the top of my mind, so much better developed because I spent for my PhD. I haven't told anyone on the stream this, I don't think, before. I spent about 5 years doing my PhD. And so I, as a full-time endeavor, got to study really deeply on the subject of emptiness and interdependence. And I got to apply those ideas to completely new areas that, to my knowledge, Buddhist scholars, even in the classic texts, hadn't ventured into ever during the time I was doing my degree. And so my understanding now of those subjects is quite well developed, and that's extremely helpful for me as a practitioner, and allows me to help other people to a higher level as well. I hope. Although I haven't done much teaching on emptiness, for example, in these streams or in videos and so forth, well, I don't know. I don't know how much more I need to say, but that is the critical subject in Buddhism. It's the most important subject. Right. So, yeah, if you're compelled to do it, do it. If you're trying to do it to get a job and have a life afterwards, don't do it for that reason, because the odds are lower than you would hope. If you're going to get a PhD to try to get a job, do it in something where there are lots of jobs, or get your master's in something where there are lots of jobs, like engineering, programming, STEM fields, basically. In regards to sub-physical substances, now answering CRBGO's question, are you claiming that there is no substance in matter without perception from another substance? Oh no, that's not subphysical substance. No, there. Just you need to read the work of J.A. Wheeler, a Nobel Prize winning physicist, and you just need to try to understand what he's saying about the existence of particles relying upon or requiring consciousness to exist in particular states. He calls this the anthropic principle, that the universe and conscious beings, conscious agents, are entangled in such a way that you can't have a physical universe with specific properties, and particles existing with specific properties unless you have consciousness as part of the equation to explain why particles exist in actual states instead of existing in potential states. This is my understanding. So, from that standpoint, I then arrive at, or this helps me arrive at the conclusion that consciousness is non physical, since particles depend upon consciousness in order to exist in particular states. It can't be the brain that's generating consciousness because those particles wouldn't exist in a particular state unless consciousness was there for them to be in a particular state in the first place. Okay. Let's see. Giant snake. Oh man, your names kill me, you guys. Okay. Does Buddhism come under Hinduism? My viewpoint on this is complex, and it may seem simple based upon some of the other things that I've said, but I don't think there's one answer to this question. If you look at it from the standpoint of Hinduism, I think there's a fair amount of Hindus who think that Buddhism is basically a branch of Hinduism. Although, in my understanding of their understanding, Buddha is considered to be an emanation of Shiva, specifically who was sent to convince people of incorrect ideas, to pull, I don't know what, like pull sort of the weak-minded away from the actual path of training or something. So it's kind of, to me, it's a bit of a weird idea that a deity who is compassionate and loving would come down just to drive people away from the path that leads to himself, or leads to Brahma or whatever, right? So I think that's a little strange. But from a sort of a more like digging into the actual practices of each traditions, of all the traditions, as I've said on previous streams, at the inception of these traditions, Vishnu, sorry. At the inception of these traditions, they may have been more separate than they are now, because today we have the benefit of 2,000 years of these traditions talking to each other and debating with each other, being influenced by each other. And the same is true in China of Taoism and Buddhism having this interrelationship for a couple thousand years. So we're in a situation now where I've heard some teachers say, for example, that Kashmiri Shivism, which I believe is a branch of Hindu Tantra, at certain levels of discussion and practice seems indistinguishable from Buddhist practice. And from my discussions with certain Taoist practitioners, I see very little distinction in terms of result up to a very refined level of practice between Buddhism and Taoism. And I think this is because the Taoist practitioners of the Dragon Gate lineage have trained with Buddhist practitioners. So they've incorporated Buddhist Tantra coming through China and Chan practice in China into their own practices, and vice versa. I think Chinese Buddhists have incorporated some Taoist practice into their Buddhism, in a manner of speaking. Um, and I really don't see anything wrong with that, actually. Uh, the thing that makes Buddhism Buddhist is the wisdom aspect. So as long as the wisdom aspect is there, along with the faith in the triple gem and the three primary elements of of the path, which are the motivation of renunciation, the motivation of bodhicitta, and the motivation of and then the wisdom of emptiness. Right? These are the three critical elements. As long as those are there, it's Buddhist. The way that you train in concentration, it doesn't have to be specifically Buddhist. I mean, go do whatever that helps you generate concentration, and then come do the wisdom part and generate Buddhist style motivations, and you're back to Buddhism, right? Like, go do Advaita. Like, if you find a fantastic Advaita Vedanta teacher who for some reason you have this fantastic connection with, and anytime you do practice with them and listen to the way they talk about how to train in concentration and blah blah blah, that you're like making rapid progress and entering samadhi and going the distance, right? And contacting consciousness and experiencing it, whatever, fine, no problem. Then just do the final bit, which is analyzing the nature of that consciousness and realize emptiness, and now you're back to Buddhism. So likewise, the Advaita Vedantists have been accused by some Hindu schools, in my understanding, of being too Buddhist, because the type of insight that they're getting into on some occasions, in some schools and some explanations, gets into the wisdom aspect of Buddhism. So is that Buddhist or is it Hindu? I don't know. So, yeah. Okay. It's a tough question. I just think all these traditions have intermingled a bit and interbred a bit, and so there are versions of probably even Buddhist practice that are more Hindu now, or Buddhist practice that's more Taoist now, or vice versa, Taoist practice that's more Buddhist now, and Hindu practice that's more Buddhist now, and blah 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 blah, and so on and so forth, because these traditions have interacted for so long. Yes, Orthodox Christianity is also another one where that's a totally independent tradition that hasn't interacted much with these, let's call them Asian systems of internal practice, and yet nonetheless contains, according to people that I trust and some things that I've read and seen, contains its own system for how to train in concentration. And in addition to training in concentration, accessing subtler aspects of your being, and so on and so forth. So this Eastern Orthodox system also has some of this stuff. And by the way, if you read Christian mysticism, Christian mystical text written by some of the great Christian mystics of the last 400 years, you'll find that they make some statements that are radically Buddhist sounding. In other words, that if you touch down on the nature of your being through whatever practices, and then you do a little bit of sort of swimming around in that consciousness and discover that there's no self in there in the way that you thought, that this generates a certain type of insight. And there are things I've read from Christian mystics where I go, wow, it sounds like that one, through their practice, got a little taste of the Dharma. I don't know. I don't know for sure. But okay, let's carry on. What should be, in your opinion, the approach? This is Bevan's question. What should be, in your approach, to the semi-legendary figures and stories like the lives of the Mahasiddhas, or more specifically, the blend of literal and mystical accounts? Okay, I'm going to give you my opinion on this, and luckily, almost everyone is gone, so no one will hear it. Honestly, Bevans, if you're still here, I thought most of that was allegorical, sort of mythological, sort of there to inspire you, kind of whatever, right? I thought most of that wasn't real. And in the last mm, 9 years in particular, I have seen my teachers personally do things that are like the Mahasiddha stories. And so I can no longer say to myself that those things couldn't have happened. And this is coming from the guy who has one foot in the academy and was very difficult. It was very difficult to actually to convince me of a lot of this stuff. I've seen people do things that are like what you hear from the Mahasiddha traditions, the Mahasiddha stories. So I personally can't say, yeah, that's all just, it's hyperbole and faith stuff. In addition to that, I know, because my teachers currently, like Geshe Tenzin Namdak, for example, in London, because he personally, he's a Westerner, by the way. He's from, um, oh gosh, where is he from? I believe he's from the Netherlands, but he went to India and he got his Geshe degree. And he's encountered some of the great yogis of the Gelug tradition and lived with them, and gotten to meet these people firsthand. And he also says he has seen things that are, they just defy ordinary explanation. And once again, they sound like the stories of the great Mahasiddhas. So I just I just don't think it is all allegory and myth and story. I think the limits of what a human being can do if they're trained just extends way beyond what we understand in terms of ordinary physics. That's my opinion. Again, kicking and screaming after years of having doubts. Yeah. So, for what it's worth, what do you think of Eucharistic miracles and other Christian miracles? Don't they prove the truth of Christianity? Um, I think that, as with the miracle stories, for lack of a better term, of the Indian Mahasiddhas, that Christian miracles may happen. That, for example, when you read the Buddhist canon, we have a lot of stories in the Buddhist canon where devas, where beings from the heavenly realms, the upper realms, come down and do all sorts of things. You know, there are stories, especially in the Buddha's Jataka tales, where beings from the heavenly realms come down, and he's having a really difficult time with something, and they jump in and they do stuff. Sometimes they appear as people, sometimes they appear as animals, sometimes they appear as themselves, and they just dive in and save him from being killed or whatever. So miracle stuff is not simply the purview of Buddhism, according to Buddhism. So it doesn't bother us at all from a classical standpoint that other religions and deities beyond the deities that we describe would be doing miracles in the world. Doesn't bother us at all. Furthermore, there's an entire class of Tibetan practitioners. I just put up a post about this in the community section of YouTube. The word is there. I can't remember the word for this class of practitioner. But in the Tibetan tradition, there's an entire class of practitioners who have come back from the dead, who have raised themselves back up from the dead. So it also doesn't bother me at all that maybe Jesus came back from the dead. It doesn't bother me at all. Do I know that it happened? No, I don't know that it happened. But it actually isn't a problem from a Buddhist standpoint, because according to Buddhist Tantra, there are cases and there are ways and so forth where people can come back after being clinically dead. And in Tibet, there's an entire class, there's a name for this class of practitioner of people who have died, sometimes for days, and then come back from death, and then they teach stuff for a while. Because, yeah, usually their practice is accelerated quite substantially by having been dead for a period of time and having done practice in the bardo and having done practice in during the process of clinical death. So again, it doesn't really bother me much that even if Jesus died and came back to life, that actually doesn't affect Buddhist faith at all. if you understand our sources. So we have room for the resurrection of Jesus. We have room for Christian miracles. We even have room for Christian heaven. The Buddha gave instructions for people on how to be born in heavens. So yeah, it's possible that you could be Christian. There could be Christian miracles. You could have Jesus come back from the dead. You could even be be reborn in Christian heaven, partly due to the help and effort of the deity to whom you're getting close during your Christian practice. All of that could be true, and Christian heaven could still not be what Christians say it is. According to us, heavens are temporary destinations. According to us, there are no universal creator gods, but some gods mistake themselves to be universal creator gods. According to the Buddhist canon, according to the Pali canon, there's this fantastic dialogue where the Buddha talks about how the mistaken view of a creator god comes into the world. And it's really uncanny. He says the first deity who wakes up in a new universe before any other beings have karmically repopulated into that universe looks around and goes, I'm the only one here. And that deity has no memory of being anything else and goes, I'm the first. I'm the alpha, right? I'm the alpha. I'm the most powerful. I must be eternal because there's nothing that's happened before this. So I'm the most knowledgeable. I have the most clairvoyance. I know everything. I'm omniscient. I'm all powerful. I'm eternal. I'm the first. All of this was done by me. And then they think, I wish there was other beings here to enjoy this with me. And because of the previous karma of other beings, they appear in the heavenly realm of that being. And that being goes, oh, I just created all these beings. And then one of those, let's call them angels, we call them devas, but let's call them angels, right? Because now we're into Christian theology. One of those angels passes away from that heaven and becomes a human being. And that deva goes into the desert for 40 days. That deva does that now human being who was a deva does some meditation and recalls one past life and goes, I remember my father in heaven. I mean, this is what it says in our sources. It goes, I remember that in heaven, there is a universal, all-powerful, all-knowing, the first, the blah, 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 up in heaven, who is the creator of us all. And then teaches this as a religious teaching. So according to us, some deities make this mistake, especially if they're the first one to wake up in a new universe. They make this mistake that they are a universal creator deity, but they're not. They actually arrived there due to their own karma from a previous universe. They just can't remember. But a Buddha who has greater clairvoyance than those deities can and will at some point usually pay them a visit and say, by the way, I can remember what you were in your previous life. By the way, I can see what's going to happen at the end of this universe and you can't because your clairvoyance is not omniscient, it's limited. By the way, I can cause myself to appear in locations you can't see because you're not omnipresent. But I can put myself in places that you don't know about and don't know how to get to. And so Buddhas will go to these deities and show them that they aren't universal creator deities. Nonetheless, it has already happened that this false idea has entered the world. Having said all that, their heavenly realm is still real. And so it's quite possible from my standpoint that a person could be a Christian, believe in Jesus, believe in the deity that is basically the father of Jesus, let's say, in the triune sort of way, that they are one nature, three persons, and that through the help or action of that deity, they could be reborn in the heavenly realm of that deity, except the difference is that deity is not eternal, not all-powerful, not actually wasn't who they thought they were. And that heaven will be temporary. So I can accept all of the miracles of Christianity and still come to the conclusion that I don't want to be born in Christian heaven, because that's going to be a temporary heaven according to the cosmology of Buddhism, and the deity there is not all-powerful. The deity there is trapped in samsara just as much as I am. And as a matter of fact, all of us have been a universal creator deity, a universal first deity to wake up in a universe on some occasion, according to the Buddha. We've all done that, and we're still here. So it doesn't help to be born in that condition. It doesn't help to be born as that kind of being. You're still stuck here doing this until you correct ignorance. You have to do that. And a heavenly realm is not the best place to do that. So you don't want to be born there. So again, I can take, let's call it like 97% of Christianity, make these small tweaks to the ontology of the things involved, and still affirm the truth of like most of the system, but reject small things that are actually the critical things, right? that then make me think, no, I don't want to be born there, and I have great respect and for those who are doing that, and that's better than them doing something else, and it's virtuous, and it may lead to them taking rebirth at some point where they can do other types of practice, but it's not what I want to be doing right now for myself. Okay. What do you think the Buddha was referring to here? There is monks, an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unfabricated. If there were not that, right. It would not be the case that emancipated from the born, but precisely because there is an unborn, right? There are a couple different ways we could think about that. I think probably the most straightforward way would be to say that nirvana is possible because fabricated such and such and such, all of these things that are made of causes and conditions. A big respecter of Buddhist principles with it. I don't know, just hang in there. We've covered a lot of ground here, but hang in there, you know. You don't have to accept all of this. That's the thing. You do the practices, you do some study in terms of Buddhism, you do practices, you do study, and over time, in my case, over the course of 20 years, stuff sort of stacks up, and you experience things, you meet great practitioners, you meet great yogis, you see stuff that really blows your mind. You reason your way through things. You look at various lines of evidence. You have experiences in meditation, and this slowly leads you to the conclusion that this stuff is probably correct. It doesn't. It's not like Christianity where you have to just accept everything on day one, or you're not a good practitioner, right? You start where you are. You do some practice. You do some study, and things just happen over time. That's it. You don't have to take any of this on faith. Okay. What do you think? Right. I think probably the most straightforward way to interpret this without getting into a lot of sticky issues is just that nirvana is possible because there are causes that lead to you being stuck in suffering and samsara. And since there are causes, you can stop the causes. And therefore, when you stop a set of causes, you're not producing something, right? You're stopping something. So what is the result of that is something that is unbecome, unmade, unfabricated, unborn. Nirvana is not the creation of some new state. Nirvana is the stopping of some previous state. Since it is a stopping, it is an unbecome, an unmade, an unfabricated. And if there were not some way to do that, emancipation from the born, not be the case that emancipation from the form and so forth would be discerned. Unborn, unbecome, unmade. Yeah. I think for this, at the moment, that's the best I can do with that. Let me carry on because we've still got quite a few people in the chat and more questions. Yeah. I didn't know that about the Sikh scriptures, but that's interesting on the meat issue. All right. Riven. For those of you who are here, I'll just drop this one more time because I don't know how many of you are new to the chat. So, as I say in the pinned comment, if everybody who comes through drops in $5, $10, $20, whatever you can, then I can carry on doing these teachings for free for everybody for the next month. There will probably be 600 people who come through. If everybody just chips in £5 or whatever, then the entire financial side of being a full-time person who's doing this sort of thing, it all works, and I can carry on doing this with you. And it's like the cost of a cup of coffee. So if you can, if you're in the stream now and you haven't ever donated, just click one of the links below. It'll take you off the stream for a couple minutes. Just send a few bucks through and come right back. I'll still be here probably for another 30 minutes, so you're not going to miss much. Same thing, if you're listening to this later, just pause this real quick, go through, make a quick donation, and come back, because, as I said before, it takes about £1,800 to just break even as a household for me. And so in the next few days, I need to bring in probably about £1,000 just to break even. And on top of that, I already spent most of what came in to upgrade the setup so that I can do this at a much higher level, much higher quality for you guys. So it's just important that some funds come in. And then also long term, because there's about 1,000 subscribers now, if everybody chips in about £5 or half of you do, then I'm basically there in terms of finances, in terms of being able to do this full time with you guys, where I can teach for free and blah, 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 blah. But the community has to more or less come together and decide that a few people are willing to chip in a few bucks so that I can carry on doing this for free for everybody, because I don't want to charge anybody, and I won't charge anybody. Everything's going to be for free. And as some of you know, if you reach out to me on Facebook and we talk on the phone, I am happy to talk to you for 4 hours or 5 hours and help you through whatever your practice issues are. Right? Like, I'm not trying to get money from anybody for any of this. But we're in the real world, and it requires money to do stuff. So if you guys chip in a little bit, then I can continue benefiting the whole community, including you who's listening to this now. So please do, in the pinned comment or in the description below, click and send through whatever you can to support the stream and the work. And then the work can carry on. Okay. Riven says, something about giving and generosity is a good thing. Amazing that I can say I don't know. Yeah, there's tons of stuff I don't know. Okay, next. Do you think the Mahayana Buddhist ideal of delaying your own enlightenment to save other beings is almost like putting an oxygen mask on? No. Okay, so Venuk. The confusion comes because, according to the Mahayana tradition, enlightenment and nirvana are two different things. And what is being delayed is abiding nirvana. So to attain enlightenment, you have to attain nirvana. And then you have to go beyond the attainment of nirvana and cultivate the perfections of your character and capability so that you can be of maximum, and your wisdom and some other things, so that you can be of maximum benefit to other beings. While you're cultivating those perfections beyond nirvana, you're in what's called non-abiding nirvana. So what you have temporarily delayed is abiding nirvana. In other words, absorbing into the fundamental nature of your own mind in a state that is simply perfect for you, without carrying on and doing all the work with the perfections, right? But when you, out of compassion, don't dissolve, let's say, or kind of abide in that fundamental nature, still, because you've destroyed the cause of suffering, your state of mind is perfect for you, even when you're not in abiding nirvana. So what you've put off is dissolving or abiding into the fundamental nature of your own consciousness. you're putting that off until all beings are out of samsara. But your mind is still perfect for your needs, even when you're not in that state, because you've destroyed the causes of suffering. So you're in what's called non-abiding nirvana. Yeah, that makes sense. And then in that state of non-abiding nirvana, you cultivate all these additional perfections and capabilities and other things so that you have the maximum ability to benefit others. And once you've attained that, that's Buddhahood. And if you look up the Bodhisattva Bhumi, 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 there's a very elaborate and detailed description of these stages and what's involved and how you ascend this ladder. But the training of a bodhisattva from normal person to enlightenment passes through the attainment of nirvana. So you have to attain nirvana to become a Buddha. You can't do it without it. The difference is that you don't stay in the abiding nirvana. You destroy the causes of suffering and then out of compassion carry on engaging in activities even though you're no longer suffering. Okay. Oh, yeah. Wanted to be a monk. True. 3 general states of consciousness. Yeah. How should we as Buddhists think about the Kalam? Oh, great question. Alex Pernsteiner. Okay. How should we as Buddhists think about the Kalam cosmological argument? How can we know the universe had no beginning? Okay, so the universe had a beginning. Ta-da! Fixed. So the universe had a beginning, but it's not the first universe. So the universe had a beginning, but existence or reality doesn't have a beginning. This universe is the most recent universe in an infinite series of universes. There is a no. Wrong word. There is a version of this in modern astronomy. It's called the cyclic cosmic. Damn, what's the third word? Cyclic conformal cosmology by. I can see his face and I can't remember his name. We're getting to that time of the day. In any case, there's a version of astronomy now where basically if you do the math a certain way in terms of the Big Bang and all the components involved and microwave background radiation, blah, 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 you come up with a model where the current universe's Big Bang is the result of the expansion of a previous universe. I don't know exactly how it works, honestly, but the expansion of a previous universe sort of pulls itself apart in such a way, and that pulling apart leads to the formation of a new singularity, which then explodes into a new universe. And this happens over and over and over again with no beginning. So this universe has a beginning, but the infinite chain of previous universes, one after another, does not have a beginning. And we have a version of modern astronomy describing the universe in just that way, even though it's not the most popular. Dr. Penrose is the heading up that research and that mathematical endeavor. So the Buddhist model overcomes this problem. For those who are a little bit nerdy, God is considered in Christian theology to be a necessary being. And if you don't know what that means, it means that it's a being who by nature exists and therefore doesn't require an explanation for his existence or its existence. William Lane Craig is quite famous for reforming the Kalam cosmological argument to say that an actual infinite number of things is not possible, and that therefore, since an actual infinite number of things is not possible, we must conclude that this universe or reality itself includes only a limited number, for example, of previous causes. If it only includes a limited number of previous causes, then this universe or reality itself must go back to a first cause. If it goes back to a first cause, that cause must be itself uncaused, because by definition, it didn't come from somewhere else. If it didn't come from somewhere else and it exists, it must, by nature, by necessity, exist. You following? So this is his argument. So his argument stands or falls in terms of its persuasiveness, let's say, on whether or not it's impossible for an actual infinite number of things to exist. It's interesting you bring up this question, because I was just reviewing my notes on this, and I'm going to be putting up a video covering this in great depth, infinities in great depth, sometime soon, probably in the next few weeks. To give you a little snippet, a little preview though, imagine a house floating in space. It's a small house with one room, and you're inside. And inside that house, you can look out, and there's one window, and you're looking out the window, and there's absolutely nothing else. Okay? In terms of theories of time, this would be called presentism. The idea that the present moment is all that actually ontologically exists. Now, if there were 3 times, in other words, past, present, and future, that actually ontologically exist, in other words, they exist as actual things, then when you looked out your window in this scenario, in front of you, you would see infinite houses going into the future that are your house, what your house will be in the future, right? And if you look out the back window, you would see infinite houses going behind you that are the previous version of your house. Does that make sense? So instead of your house being alone, because the only thing that exists is the present moment, you would look out these 2 windows and see every future moment of the house actually existing in front of you, out in front of you in time, and behind you, you would see an infinite number of houses actually existing as past moments of the house out behind you. And so this is a 3 times actually existing ontology, right? So William Lane Craig is saying, if you started from infinity, your house could never reach the current location, because that would be like trying to jump out, like if you were standing in a well, for example, and the well was infinitely deep, you could never land on the bottom of the well to jump out of the well. This is his argument. And so likewise, you in this house looking at infinite houses behind you, it would be impossible for you to get here, because the first house is an infinite distance in the past from where you are now. So it would just never get to the present moment. Here's the problem for his position. If you are a presentist, there has never been an ontological past moment. Every past moment has caused the present moment, and the only moment that actually exists is the present moment. And this is, I think, actually the classical Buddhist view. So in reality, there is not an infinite number of past moments existing ontologically somehow as real things. There's only the present moment, which is the result of previous moments. And so this problem of an infinite number of past things not being able to arrive at the present never occurs, because the past moment ceases to exist, gives rise to the present moment, and so it's always been the present moment. We never had to travel from here to there. We never had to get on a bus that was infinitely far away and drive to the present moment. We were always here in the present. And so we've dissolved the problem already. It's already gone. Now, that's one way to solve the problem. Another way to solve the problem is to say that I put up a short video on this, the infinite dominoes, right? If you had an infinite number of dominoes stretching out behind you that were the past moments of reality, and then the current moment of reality was the last domino falling over, right? If you ask the question, how far away is the immediate domino right behind me? It's a finite distance. It's one moment, right? One topple. If you ask how far away is the second one, it's a finite distance. It's only two topples away. So it would only take a limited time to get to you. Well, what about 50 billion, trillion, gazillion, million dominoes away? Well, yeah, that one's a finite distance. We just described how far away it is. Here's the trick that the theologians are using. You ready? It's a category error. They're saying a domino that was an infinite distance from you couldn't arrive at couldn't be toppled and then arrive at the present moment. But this is so important and so cool, actually, just from a philosophical standpoint. Okay, check this out. The continuum of dominoes is infinitely stretching away from you. But critically, the infinite series of dominoes doesn't need to reach you. There's no domino individually that is infinitely far away from you. There's no single domino anywhere in this sequence that is an infinite distance away. Even though the continuum itself stretches infinitely, the things making up the continuum, every single one of them is only a finite distance, a limited distance from where you are now. And therefore, no matter which domino you pick to say, let's flick this one and see if we can get to the present moment, every single domino, no matter how far away it is, and it could be trillions upon trillions upon trillions upon trillions of dominoes away, every single domino in the sequence in an infinite series of past causes, if we start there and ask how long to get to the present moment, it's a finite distance. And therefore, every single domino should reach the present moment. Even if it was an actual infinite number of past moments, every domino would, through its movement, arrive at the present moment. And therefore, since every single domino making up this sequence is only a finite distance from where we are, by logical necessity, an infinite number of past causes would have to reach the present moment. There is no domino that's infinitely far away. So the only logical conclusion of an infinite causal sequence would be arriving at the present moment. That's the only way it could exist, actually. So whether we're talking about being presentists and saying there's no past domino, the present moment flips over into a new present moment. So you're always here. The distance is zero, always. Or if we're saying there's infinite dominoes and each one of them is a finite distance from where we are, with either solution, we have fixed this problem of an actual infinite. And therefore, we can be entirely logically confident that, at least from a logical standpoint, an infinite number of causes leading to now is possible. And now here's the last trick. What the next response will be is, yes, but those are all contingent, right? This universe might not have existed. And since it's contingent, we need something non-contingent, something absolute to explain why these things that might not have existed do exist. Here's the other little piece that's absolutely critical that you have to understand if you want your mind to be very, very settled about this issue. Because part of your brain is scratching you and going, yeah, but why is there something rather than nothing? Right? This should be itchy for you. If it's not, then you haven't thought about it enough. And here's the... Oh my God, you guys kill me. So here's the final trick. Here's the final trick. very similar to the domino example, right? The continuum of dominoes has different properties than the individual instances of the dominoes. This is clear. The continuum of dominoes stretching out infinitely over here, the continuum is infinitely long, isn't it? But if you look at any one of the dominoes individually, it's only a finite distance from the present moment. And so every part of this infinite sequence is only a finite distance from where we are. So every instance, every part is finite. But the continuum is infinite. So these have completely different properties, actually contradictory properties. Similarly, absolutely critical, in an infinite series of universes, if there's no first universe, if there's no need for a first moment, every universe is contingent. But the continuum of universes is not contingent. It's necessary. Therefore, you've eliminated the need for some other existent thing besides the continuum to be necessary. Does that make sense? There's no condition in which the continuum of causes of previous universes, of infinite universes, there's no situation in which that continuum would have failed to exist, even though any particular instance within that continuum might have failed to exist. In other words, each one of these is contingent. The whole continuum of infinite causes is not contingent. And since it's not contingent, it's necessarily existent. And according to well-established philosophical principles, if something is necessarily existent, you don't need to explain why it exists. It's a nonsense question. So the problem that we're facing is we're trying to explain why there's existence at all instead of non-existence. If we invoke God, then we're in a situation where that's the thing that exists so that we can explain other existent things. In this case, he or it would be the necessary being that needs no further explanation because by nature it exists. Why does it exist this way? Because there's no condition under which philosophically you can say that it would rely upon something else would need to rely upon something else for its existence. Likewise, an infinite series of causes, the whole continuum, doesn't need to rely upon anything else to explain why it exists, because every previous moment in the continuum explains why the current moment exists. So what we're saying is that we do have a completely viable and actually, philosophically speaking, complete and logically coherent explanation for why this universe exists, why reality exists as a whole, and we don't need a God to do it. We have an infinite series of causes. That infinite series of causes is a necessary being, though that infinite series of causes could reach the present moment, and by logical necessity would, and by necessity must reach the present moment. And therefore, we've explained all of reality without needing to invoke a being who, by the way, by nature must violate all of the principles of logic and sort of logical consistency as we understand them in terms of how causal things work. God, by nature, as described by Christian theologians, violates the normal principles of causality by nature. Must be, therefore, has to be different than everything else to explain everything else. This explanation is just a continuation of the causal principles as we understand them. It doesn't require us to break any rules. Therefore, it's superior. It's more elegant. It doesn't introduce additional metaphysical metaphysical stuff into an ontology that doesn't need it. Therefore, I win. You just take your kalam and get out of here. No. I mean, honestly and truly, the very smart people, William Lane Craig, very, very intelligent, incredible thinker, philosopher, one of the greats of our time. Formidable debater too. Yeah. Great respect for his mind. But I do think he's wrong about this argument. Wouldn't there be no experiencer in the end? Nope, there's an experiencer. Consciousness is the experiencer. Do you believe the Karmapa centers are cults? No, I do not. I think Karmapa centers... Oh, Kadampa, New Kadampa. I covered this in a previous stream. The New Kadampa. I have a colleague who spent time in the New Kadampa. I don't have an absolutely firm opinion, but I'll share this much. I have a colleague who was in New Kadampa, was a nun in New Kadampa, and left the organization and has campaigned across the UK and I think beyond the UK. Because in her opinion, it's a cult and it abuses people and people get hurt there, and it just has big internal problems politically and the way that they teach the Dharma. Although their books and so forth are quite good actually and accurate, sort of politically and in terms of their teaching structure, the way that they do things, in her opinion, it's quite harmful to people. And there's a lot of people who have come out of New Kadampa with that opinion. So considering all of that, even though I'm not 100% settled on the issue myself, there are a lot of other options. So if that's a potential problem, why not just go with one of the other options? You know, the world's a big place. If something is that potentially harmful and there are options that are equally good, go with one of the other ones. That's my position, even though I don't know for sure. Some religions are better than none. That way they generate merit. Yep, I agree. That's about the obscure practices like medicine. Buddha, grateful for your time and expertise. Medicine Buddha's not obscure. There's I believe that comes through the sutras and maybe also through some of the tantras. I'm not 100% sure, but it's not particularly obscure. It's very popular. Medicine Buddha practice, very, very popular. Yeah. I'm not sure how specific you want me to be, but I've done some of those practices and found them quite helpful. Could you please discuss the relation between virtue and karma? Before Wushuman is asking, before intelligent human life, how were other biological life forms accruing karma? Oh yeah, you asked this before. Or something similar, didn't you? Or someone did. Someone asked, maybe I'll answer it now. Maybe they're here. Maybe they'll find this later. Someone asked, the human population has gone up over time. Where did all these extra conscious beings come from? And also at one time in the universe, there was no biological conscious life. Where did all these minds come from? So according to Buddhism, the lower realms, for example, have way more sentient beings in them than the human realm. And the animal realm, as we already know, has way more sentient beings in it than the human realm. There's way more animals, bugs, spiders, fish, blah, 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 than there are humans, way by a lot. So in addition to that, the hungry ghost realm has way more beings in it than the animal realm. And also the hell realms have way more beings in them than the spirit realms. So there's just a astronomically huge number of sentient beings that could potentially be born as a human being. In addition to that, there are form realms, heavenly realms, and formless realms that are types of heavenly realms. And those beings as well can be reborn as human beings. So there's a lot of minds around that could be born as human beings. At the beginning of the universe, before there are enough sort of biological stuff going on for a conscious being to enter a physical form, they inhabit form bodies that are not made of physical stuff yet. Uh, more like devas do. And then in terms of karma, it's really sad to say. And sometimes I think people say the opposite of this, but it's not true from any source that I've seen. An animal, for example, that um, lives by killing accumulates the karma of killing and then falls to an even lower realm after death, generally. So um, this is part of why it's really bad to be born in the animal realm. You're not smart enough, generally speaking, to know what you should do and what you shouldn't do in order to re-enter the human realm or enter an even higher realm than this. And because of that, generally speaking, you engage in a lot of non-virtue and you go from a bad situation to an even worse one in the next rebirth. And so, yeah, um, all conscious minds that are engaging in intentional actions, mm, even if their actions are driven by really powerful instinct that they acquired in a previous life, those are still karmic actions, and they're going to suffer karmic consequences because of this. And so most beings are going to be reborn in the lower realms. I mean, this is what you find in the text. Again, it's a really tough, really tough subject, but when you look at how most beings are living, most beings will go to lower realms. That's why there's so many beings in the lower realms. That's why there's way more animals than humans, according to the teachings. And that's why there's way more spirits than animals, and that's why there's way more hell beings than spirits. Ooh, okay. I'll digress. Okay, don't be scared. Do your practice. Maintain ethics. Could you discuss the relation between virtue and karma? Okay. Yeah. One thing, I'll take this a slightly different direction. There's karma and then there's merit. So karma, good karma, for example, simply causes pleasurable experiences, enjoyable experiences, success, and so forth in the future. That's good karma. In addition to this, there's merit. Merit is a special category of karma, or at least this is the way that I think about merit at this stage of the game. Merit is a special category of positive karma that not only is nice to experience, right? Not only ripens as something, relatively speaking, nice to experience, but in addition to this, merit ripens in such a way that it propels you further down the path or supports the process of training. So your merits are positive karmas that are driving you further down the path or supporting you in traveling further down the path. So you need to accumulate a lot of merit to have momentum to travel down the path, not just doing good karma, doing good actions. You need types of actions that are driving you further down the path, not just ripening as good stuff in the future. This is why it's important to set your motivation, for example, before you do virtue, and then to do dedications after you've performed virtue so that you're shaping that good karma into something that drives you further down the path, just as an example. Yeah, Scarf says that Scarf says that they heard Buddhism was simple and easy. Here's the thing: you start where you are, you do some stuff, you study some stuff, you meet some good teachers, some cool people, and little by little, you train and you gain experience. As my teacher said, try to be a gentleman or a gentlewoman, be a normal, relatively productive member of society. Try not to hurt too many people. You know, just do the basics. And then train in some meditation. Once you're no longer being a prick, then train in meditation. Make your mind even more refined, more stable. Then once your mind's a bit more refined and stable, excuse me. Then once your mind is more refined and stable, then you train in the wisdom aspect, which is this special type of knowledge that's gained through observation and analysis that helps you clear up your mental problems in a permanent way instead of clearing them up in temporary ways. Okay, I'm going to go rapid fire now and get to the bottom of the questions. What do you think of Vipassana tradition as taught by Goenka? I think the techniques are fantastic. I think the culture of the organization is not great. And I think it's too territorial. And that they should let people do what they want to do and train with Goenka as they want to train instead of telling them that they can't train in anything else if they're training in Goenka. But I think what they're teaching, generally speaking, is pretty good. And then on top of that, sometimes I think that there's, I don't know for sure, but I think there may be a glass ceiling in their training, because quite a few people do it for a number of years and then they leave, and their complaint is, one, that they're not allowed to do anything else while they're doing it, and two, that there's more that they want to study and do and learn because the system kind of caps out at some point. Why are there stories in Jataka tales that involve sacrificing wife and children to be a demon or a Brahmin supposed to be viewed as generous? Doesn't seem compassionate. I'm not sure. I don't recall sacrificing children and a wife to demons. That doesn't ring any bells. There is a story where a deva appears as a human being when the Buddha is in a certain condition and asks if he'd be willing to give them up, and the Buddha says yes. And then, at least in my understanding of that story, my recollection, he doesn't end up taking them, because it was, it's a bit like the story of Abraham and Isaac, where there was no intention by that deity to actually take his wife and kids away. But as part of the training process for this being, in terms of training and generosity, he needed to be able to let go of his most precious thing, which was his family. And so in the end, he didn't actually send them off with somebody else, but there needed to be the willingness. And so the teaching there is actually that you need to be willing to give up your most precious possession. That's the perfection of generosity. And there may be practical reasons that you don't give up your most precious possession, but there needs to be a deep bone and marrow level willingness to do so. Okay, let's see. While I'm making my way through this chat, I'll drop this in one last time, because I'm going to work through these questions that are in here, and then we'll call it a night. As I've said earlier in the stream, if you're new, just dropping in, I had about 800 pounds to start the evening, and over the next few days, I need to try to raise about 1,000 pounds more if I can through the community, to carry on doing live streams like this, and to upgrade the setup, and to continue offering all this for free. The members of the community, really, if a good number of people to do it, everyone could chip in about £5, and that'd be plenty of money for me to carry on and teach and do all this stuff and never charge anybody for anything, But if you're passing through and this means something to you and has been of value, just click one of the links below, pause this for a second, come back when you're done, just chip in $5, $10, whatever you can. If you want to do more, fantastic. And if I can get that 1,800 together, then I can break even as a household. If I can get about 3,000 together, then I can continue upgrading my setup, cover all the bills, and have enough money left over to carry on with my own training by buying new books and meeting with my teachers, and also have enough to have like a normal life beyond spending 70 to 100 hours with you guys every week. Okay, so whatever you're compelled to give, please do. As we get closer to the end, just give that a click, drop in whatever you can, because that's what's going to allow me to continue doing this for all of you. All right. Okay. Bodhisattvas don't postpone their body nirvana. They stay in body nirvana. So non-body nirvana, Eugene, is not enlightenment in a full sense. It is nirvana in a full sense. Non-body nirvana, you have removed all of the causes of suffering. You're just not letting the mind abide in its fundamental nature and doing nothing else. A Buddha's mind is fully aware of its mind's own nature at all times, while also simultaneously engaging in activities in the world. So the Buddha is constantly in a state of absolutely perfect mental condition for its own needs, but also out of compassion manifests all of this other stuff like bodies and whatever uh, to benefit other sentient beings. So it's a subtle distinction, but an important one. And a bodhisattva on the path will attain nirvana and then transition from that into non-abiding nirvana using compassion, and then has several more steps to go until attaining Buddhahood. So Buddhahood is still a few steps away from non-abiding nirvana. There's more you need to cultivate. Thank you, Bevins. I'm glad to hear that. That's why I'm here. Western tradition, magical tradition is often put through mock death ritual. Yeah, I know. Um, I'm the type of person that if I really want to learn something well and understand what it is, I like to go into it and do it. So I've also spent some time hanging out with Western mystics and engaging with Western mystical traditions. I don't talk about it much, but yeah, I mean, in Edinburgh, there are some of the oldest chapters of Western mystical stuff on the planet. So I've spent time with those people. I'm a member of one of those organizations. I'm very aware of the stuff they do and how it works. And, I wanted to know. So I went and did it. And still a member, and it's cool guys. Um, yeah. Yeah, I mean it's really fascinating. In particular, what they do with symbol. Symbol is extremely important. And when you think about it, symbols and words actually do have an almost magical quality. Think about the mountain example we used earlier. Part of what makes that a mountain is the sets of symbols you have in your mind about mountains. And so the fact of the coming into existence of a mountain in reality has something to do with the symbolic representations and so forth you have in your mind. That's magical. you know like that's actually kind of magical. So yeah, yeah, much more could be said, but I think I'll leave that for another day. Deity, the first deity thinking it's the creator is called demiurge. Okay. Nope, lost my place. Okay. Yep, I answered the bit for George. I answered the bit about nirvana and abiding nirvana. I say I'm a big respecter. Okay. Karma work in Buddhism because I was told it was different from Hinduism. I'm actually not, Hinduism and Jainism have quite different ways of understanding how karma works, and I'm not an expert on those. and even within Buddhism, there are a couple of different models for how karma works. And I think for me as a practitioner and a scholar, I've never been super interested in getting down into the deep nitty gritty of the details of how is it stored, exactly where is it stored, and blah 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 blah, blah that you have in these traditions. Even though I've studied all that, because I'm going to have to attain really profound states of concentration to confirm whether or not to confirm which school is correct. I'm not going to be able to confirm which one's correct by reason. So um, I think for me, at least, the general principle that mind and physical things, for example, exist as a pair that can't be pulled apart, and that amongst this pair that can't be pulled apart, consciousness is actually the primary one. And even according to some physicists who are non-quack physicists, Nobel Prize winning physicists in quantum mechanics, they say that for the physical world to exist in a particular state, you need consciousness, because the physical world itself exists as a set of potential states that don't collapse into one actual state until it's observed by consciousness, to put it sort of broadly and roughly. This is called the special status of consciousness approach to quantum mechanics, and it is a completely viable and still respected, albeit not the major school, but still a significant minority in the academy. So, for me, that's kind of good enough. Mind is a causal thing in reality. Mind is interdependent with physical stuff. And according to Buddhism, the primary material, let's say, that your mind uses to collapse physical reality is imprints or impressions or momentum created by previous experiences that it's had, primarily through intentional action. So, roughly speaking, that's my view. Allah is Lord, not true God Almighty. Okay. But they can alternate between them, sometimes spending time in the samadhi of abiding nirvana. The thing is, a Buddha's mind is continuously part of what makes a Buddha's mind unique. Name and form is body and mind. Nama-rupa, body-mind. What makes a Buddha's mind unique that a bodhisattva can't ever do is that a Buddha can abide completely in the awareness of the fundamental nature of their own consciousness and the fundamental nature of all things in reality. So it can see their emptiness fully, directly, at all times, while at the same time also seeing the fullness of their dependent arising and the vast variety of ways in which these things are existing in interdependent relationships with various sentient beings and various conscious beings. So Buddha's unique in this regard. They see the ultimate and the conventional simultaneously. Oh, okay.
I didn't catch that. Could you try again?
Quiet, you. Okay. Wow, yeah. How do you evaluate a teacher? Man, I have a whole, basically a book on that. Evaluating a teacher is a huge subject in Buddhism. There's a lot of literature on it in the Pali Canon, in the Mahayana Sutras, in the Tantras. There's just a lot of stuff on it. Now, the general advice is you should take a long time to investigate a teacher. Generally, yeah, I don't know. The recommendations range, I think, from like 5 years to 12 years, but that's a long time to just sort of be hanging back assessing a teacher, right? Roughly speaking, there's a bunch of criteria you can use to try to assess whether or not they have genuine capabilities or if they're a charlatan. For example, in the Pali Canon, the Buddha says you can't see a fish swimming underwater in muddy water, right? But you can look at the surface, and big fish, they make these big ripples going through, and they'll have a big ripple following behind them. And small fish, they make little tiny ripples, right? So likewise, you can't see the mind of the guru. But um, if the guru's mind is really capable, then by analogy, the ripples that are created by their mind will be quite large. And if you're, don't take that too literally, right? uh, but there will be signs in the way that they answer questions, in the way that they seem to basically know everything about everything, in the way that no matter what topic you ask them, they basically just have this ocean of insane knowledge about that subject. And they just, it seems like no matter what topic you get them on, they just have this vast wealth of, and broadness and depth in what they're saying in a way that normal people don't. Um, and then also in terms of their compassion, if you look at their compassionate nature, are they only compassionate when they're in public and talking to people, and then behind closed doors they're like ripping everyone a new hole somewhere? So you need to observe them in close proximity and see how are they actually living, and how are they treating people when they're not sort of on display, I guess, as a teacher. You know what I mean? So there's all these things that you can use to kind of, you just have to get to know them and be paying attention and spend time around them, and you learn um, whether or not they're genuinely compassionate or just putting on a show, and you learn whether or not they actually care how it's going to turn out for people, or if they're just trying to get money from people, and you learn whether or not they've studied well and trained well because of how they answer questions over a long period of time, and that sort of thing. Um, And then in the Mahayana Sutras, there's something, I can't remember, maybe 8 different criteria you can use to assess a teacher that are really important. Uh, yeah, yeah. And then I think the tantras have another 10 or something that you add on to that list. Anyways, yeah, it's an important subject. Um, one of the big problems in the modern age, actually, in my opinion, is that uh, we're not very well educated on what realized people are like, and we expect them to be like bing 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 bong 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 bong, you know, like I don't know, like just sort of floating around and constantly staring into space and can barely string 2 words together because they're so blissed out of their mind. Like, or whatever, you know, that they move really slowly and they talk like so slow. And if you listen to the sound of the rain, like, I mean, we just have these weird ideas about what a teacher's supposed to be like. And the realized beings who I know don't behave like that. As I've said in previous streams, they just seem more ordinary than ordinary because what they've realized is the fact about the ordinary condition. They haven't, right? They've just realized how things are in reality, how they are like normally. We're the abnormal ones. So when you meet a greatly realized being, quite often they just seem totally understated, more normal than normal, I say sometimes. Um, and both of my main teachers who have had the most influence on me, when I first met them, I didn't like them. And I thought, there's no way this person knows anything or is capable, or, you know, no way. And man, was I humbled. Okay. Could the 15th Dalai Lama bring a completely new way of communicating his Buddhist teachings to the world? Sure, could do. I really hope I really hope this Dalai Lama lives a long time, the current one. I really hope he lives as long as he intends to live. But if he passes away while I'm still alive, and the new one comes and the training begins and so forth, I really hope he does hardcore training and shows the world that even in the modern age, you can still go into retreat. You can still do 3-year retreats, 6-year retreats. You can still do intensive. You can still do all these things. And I think that'll be so much more inspiring than just the teaching part. I think the most inspiring bit, and this is why I like Yogis of Tibet, that documentary I did a commentary on. I like it so much because it shows people in this era, in this age, that there are still people doing these things that seem absolutely impossible. And just the fact that it seems so impossible that someone's doing this makes people think there must be something actually real and important going on there. And there's no amount of even sort of conventional study or wisdom being expressed verbally that I think will make people feel that way about the issue. I think you have to do stuff. And then people go, whoa, how did he do that? How did he accomplish that? And I think and hope that this is what not just the Dalai Lama, but other practitioners will do. That's what's required, actually, to maintain the traditions. Thoughts on different forms of Buddhism? I like most of them. I do. I wish I had time to study them all and train in them all and absorb a bit of the best of what they all do. I just don't have time. You've proved Buddhism without disproving any Christian claims. Yeah, that's going back to my whole rant, I suppose, on Christian heaven. Like I said, you can keep like 97% of Christianity and then just say, well, yes, but the deity is not uncaused. It's just another being in samsara like us, and the heaven is not permanent, and we'll keep the rest, and it all works. All of that can be explained in a Buddhist context. Why do people continue to suffer if certain people possess the ability to warp and change reality and perform miracles? Because to borrow it by way of analogy, your freedom to extend your fist ends at the tip of my nose, right? Your freedom to extend your fist as far as you want stops right here. If you go further than that, then you've done something to me. So in terms of karmic theory, in order for another being to benefit you, you have to have a particular type of relationship with that being and karmic connection with that being for them to do stuff for you, including appearing to you and doing things that seem to violate the ordinary laws of physics. So if you don't have that kind of karmic connection with other beings, even if they're present, they can't do anything to help you. There's a famous example of this. Venerable Asanga went into a cave. I told this story on retreat. If you'd like to see me blubber like a little child, go watch, I don't know, somewhere around the last day of retreat. I tell this story of Asanga and just break down completely because it's horrifically beautiful and sad. But Asanga went into retreat for 12 years because he wanted to see Maitreya personally, the next Buddha. And after he got out of 12 years of retreat, having failed in his extended effort to try to see Maitreya, he was coming down from the cave that he had been meditating in, and he saw a dog on the road. And this dog was grievously injured. And this dog had a gaping wound on its leg that was filled with pus and maggots. And his heart completely broke, right? He goes, I have to do something to help this poor, starving, scrawny, homeless dog who's been injured so horrifically. And so he thinks, well, I also can't harm the maggots that are in the wound, right? I can't just help the dog but forget the maggots. And so he does something that, honestly is pretty extreme. He takes a piece of flesh off of his own leg and he puts it on the ground in preparation for taking the maggots out of the wound and putting them onto his own flesh so that they won't die, but also the dog can recover. And then he realizes that he can't pick the maggots up without crushing them with his fingers. And so he again decides on a really unbelievable sort of course of action. He thinks the only way I can get these maggots out of the wound without crushing them and killing them is if I use my tongue. My tongue is the only part of me that's soft enough for me to pull these maggots out of this dog's wound. And so, of course, you would imagine he's probably a bit disgusted by this. And so he closes his eyes and he just firmly decides, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to lean in. I'm going to lick these maggots out of this wound and then put them on this piece of flesh. And he leans down and there's nothing there. He never makes contact with the dog. And he opens his eyes and he looks up and Maitreya is standing in front of him. And Maitreya says, and Asanga says, "Where have you been? I've been meditating and struggling and living alone in a cave for 12 years, trying to contact you, trying to see you, trying to speak with you so that I can be of greater benefit to other beings. Where have you been?" And Maitreya shows him this spot on his robe that has some stuff on it that's from the cave Asanga had been in. And, and says to Asanga, "I was standing right in front of you the whole time. I was right there." from the first moment, I was right there. But because of your karmic obstructions, you couldn't see me standing there. And I had to appear as this dog so that you would generate profound compassion to clear away the obstructions to be able to see me. And so Asanga picks Maitreya up and puts him on his shoulders, and he runs into the nearest village. And the villagers, according to the stories at least, most of them didn't see anything at all. They just thought he was some crazy guy who went crazy in a cave and was running around with nothing on his shoulders. And there was one old woman, supposedly, in the village who saw a wounded stray dog on his shoulders. And everybody else didn't see anything at all. And then Maitreya takes Asanga to I can't remember which realm, one of the pure realms, and spends in pure realm, the time in the pure realms runs differently than the time here. So I think it was only like half a day in human time, but in pure realm time it was months. Teaches Asanga 5 texts. And then Asanga comes back, goes to his monastery, and writes these 5 texts down because he studied them for months. And then his brother Vasubandhu then writes 5 commentaries on these 5 texts. And those 10 texts, the 5 texts of Asanga and the 5 texts of Vasubandhu, then over the course, because this is I think 2nd or 3rd century, those texts then become amongst the most important texts of the Buddhist tradition up to the current day. Those 10 texts are still studied and 10 of the most important texts in the Buddhist corpus. So why don't all of these beings just turn up here and do miracles and help us and blah, blah, blah? Because we don't have the karma to interact with them. Otherwise they would. They would do it right now. They'd be here, they'd help us, they'd do everything they could. This is why they're not abiding in nirvana. They're here for us, according to Buddhism. So that's it. Lots of stories like this in the corpus, in the canon. Okay, I'm going to do rapid fire and get through the remaining questions. If new questions come in, I'll have to call it. I'll have to cut it off at some point because I'm reaching the end of the time. Let's see. Okay. Is it correct to say that the self exists in a real manner? It is just contingent on causes and conditions, thereby lacking ultimate existence. Yes. That's complex. This the self is a set of parts, causes, and conditions. But that doesn't how to say. I don't actually like, after many years of talking and thinking about this, I don't actually like saying it lacks ultimate existence. Because this sounds like we're saying that even though you are there as the basically the parts and the and the causes, that also you don't exist in any meaningful real sense. And that's the opposite of what we're saying. We're saying you exist. You exist, but you make a mistake in your perception as to how you exist, and that mistaken view of yourself has no reality whatsoever. So the actual way you exist is as a set of parts and a set of causes and conditions, and that's what you are. And as I've said previously, if you got even a taste of what that means by getting in contact with what vision actually is or hearing actually is, um, I think your inclination to sort of say, yeah, but ultimately I'm not there. That doesn't really capture even the preparatory stuff that happens when you're talking about realizing emptiness, even at a conceptual level. And I'm not claiming that I've realized emptiness directly. So hopefully that helps. How are you able to determine whether the belief that you can influence the world that makes you feel as if you're doing more than you think you are, or if it's an actual effect? The thing is, you don't actually have the ability to influence the world directly, sort of like just mentally willing it to happen or something. Your karma is something that is stored by your mind in association with your mind, and then it ripens, it occurs, and you don't do it on purpose. So it's not like you're like you're going, yeah, give me $1,000,000, and then $1,000,000 comes, right? That doesn't work. Um, Uh, how does karma and rebirth work? I did cover that earlier in the stream, I believe. So if you would go back and watch that, I have quite a bit on karma and rebirth in the stream up to this point. I know the stream is long, but it is in there somewhere if you make your way through. Could that idea be somewhat related to the idea of states of particles change according to whether they're being observed or not? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So the special status of consciousness interpretation of quantum mechanics has to do with the fact that particles will exist in one state or a different state depending upon whether or not they're being observed. When they're not being observed, they exist in a superposition, they say, of various possibilities, and they don't exist in one particular state. And so, because of this, you need something else besides the particles to explain why and how they come to exist in one particular state. And many physicists who are quite intelligent and respected in their field say this is because of consciousness, not because of more physical stuff. How does the Buddhist view of a certain condition of the mind beyond death square with the physicalist interpretation of neuroscience? So I've put it up in one of the videos, I think the video on God logic. If you look up God logic versus infinite Buddhist logic, my super clickbaity title for an actual video that's worth watching. In that video, I described that at some length. According to modern neuroscience, they have no idea how consciousness is generated. None. Not a bit. Not one little bit. And David Chalmers, who is the inventor of the hard problem, made a bet with one of his neurologist colleagues that 28 years ago now, but 25 years ago at the time, he bet that in 25 years you won't have figured this out. And that neuroscientist said, "Yeah, we're going to figure out consciousness in the next 25 years. Of course we are." And then 25 years later, at a conference, that neurologist admitted to a group of academics, including David Chalmers, that they haven't figured it out. They've made no progress figuring out how the brain generates consciousness. None, not a single bit. What we've made progress in is mapping certain types of conscious states to brain activity and to various types of elements of your experience, mapping them to various brain regions. But in terms of how and why it is in the first place that physical stuff like electrons, protons, and neutrons arranged in a certain way in your head makes all of this that we're experiencing, no clue, none. So how do I square it? I think to rewind that a bit, I think the brain and the from a classical standpoint, if I'm looking at it from a tantric point of view, there are three substances involved: material stuff, the subtle sub-physical substances that you could call chi or wind, and then non-physical consciousness. Each moment of non-physical consciousness has associated with it certain winds, certain sort of sub-physical stuff that is actually form. It's how to say, uh, it's not made of protons, electrons, and neutrons, but it is a substance, right? It's not a mind. That substance is the bridge that connects between non-physical consciousness and physical stuff like the brain, like the various connections of the subtle body, etc. I know this probably doesn't help at all because you may not accept that any of these things exist at all, but at least for myself, this is how I justify it. Yeah, you can't watch the Karmapa behind closed doors. And this is the trouble with big name lamas, is that it's hard to get close to them and know who they are and what they're like. So, for some of that, I don't know. I have more advice, but we'll take that up another day. You gotta look at their students, ask around, see if there's any controversies around that lama, and blah blah blah. Just do some practical digging, as you would with any person that you wanted to do something with in a serious way. The difference between Buddhist and Hindu nirvana, in my humble view of the subject, is that Hindu nirvana is a state of concentration on some layer of consciousness. Buddhist nirvana is taking the subtlest layer of consciousness, investigating its nature, and then abiding on the nature of that subtlest layer of consciousness instead of just abiding in that one of the layers of consciousness or the types of extremely subtle concentrations that a person can produce or exist as. So from a Buddhist standpoint, the various types of nirvana described in the Hindu traditions are concentrated states that are extremely blissful and stable and wonderful, but they're temporary because you have generated yourself into that condition through a habit, in other words, karma, an action of repeatedly becoming familiar with it. Eventually, you'll fall out of that state and back into samsara, according to the Buddha. But if you eliminate the causes that would pull you out of remaining within the subtlest state of consciousness, then you won't come back out, unless a Buddha wakes you up, of course. And so our nirvana eliminates the causes that would pull you back out of it. And the Hindu versions of these practices, again, from a Buddhist standpoint, because they don't do the wisdom part of the Buddhist path, they don't eliminate the causes that can pull you back out. And so, yeah, they might make contact with really extremely subtle states of consciousness, but they, since they didn't get rid of the stuff that can pull you back out, eventually they get pulled back out. So that's the difference, at least from a classical standpoint, notwithstanding all the other things I said earlier about the mixing of traditions and blah blah blah. How do you truly begin practicing Buddhism? Become a gentleman. Become a gentleman. Become a gentlewoman. Become a normal, functioning human being. Treat people well. That's the first thing. Uh, Try to follow your conscience. If you're not, and I don't mean this. I'm not trying to be mean or whatever. But some people are psychopaths, and other than that, they're relatively normal people. Like they're not actually running around hurting other people. They just don't have a normal conscience. So as long as you have a normal conscience, try to follow your conscience. Like don't do stuff that hurts you and hurts other people and all this when you know that it's not what you should be doing. So start with that. Hello, hello, Hiridev. Um, Finally, from there, training concentration. Right? Yeah, to take control of your mind. To take control of your mind, you need to train in concentration. And then once you get some experience in concentration, train in wisdom. So learn how to analyze your mind and the components making up your being and the world using the tools of Buddhism provides so that you can see how things actually exist because that's the solution to your problems. So, um, roughly speaking, I would say that's what you should do. Um, Also, in the course materials I have for school SKOOL in the description below the video, I have a ton of stuff there. Sort of like the types of practices that I recommend a person do are listed down there. Okay. Last question. I've often heard that life is inherently transactional by meaning of karma, but this sounds almost dystopian. No, it's not inherently transactional. Um, Life is if you're training in the early stages of the path, of course you're going to start out by thinking, I want to at least get a rebirth as good as this one, and that's a bit transactional because you're going, how do I do stuff to get more stuff for me in the future? And so there's a bit of transactionalism in that. Once you start aiming at nirvana, this changes because you're no longer aimed at doing virtuous deeds to get a good outcome for you in the future in quite the same way. Now you're aimed at getting out of the cycle entirely. And some could argue that, well, yeah, you're still being selfish though, because you're just trying to get happiness for yourself and you don't care in the end what happens to everybody else. I think it's a bit of a discussion, but I think there are reasons to reject that viewpoint. But even if we said that's correct, even if we said, okay, fine, maybe that's right. By the time you get to the bodhisattva path, now you've changed your orientation entirely. And even the good karma you're producing and merit you're producing, the intent for doing all that is so that you can have enough. For example, you might engage in generosity so that in the future you'll have wealth, so that you'll be rich, solely for the purpose of being able to benefit other beings with your wealth. And so you're no longer accumulating good karma and merit simply for the sake of getting more good stuff for you in the future. You're doing it so that you have the resources to benefit others in the future because you need those resources to benefit them, or you know, you got to have the stuff you need to help others, or you're not going to be able to provide them with much, right? How am I going to feed the hungry guy if I don't have any food? How am I going to give clothing to these people over here if I only have 3 shirts? you know, how am I going to donate to the cancer charity if I don't even have enough money to feed myself? So bodhisattvas think, I'm going to accumulate masses of virtue and good karma and so forth so that in the future I have every possible resource at my disposal to be of maximum benefit to others. And that's definitely not transactional, right? And that's definitely not oriented at themselves. It's solely oriented at the benefit of others. Oh, wow. Didn't realize I had a neuroscientist in the room. I got to watch what I say now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So if you go back in this stream, or if that's too boring, just go find the video that I have on the hard problem of consciousness, and you can see at least some small part because I have, I think, 80 pages written on this that are much more formal. And if you reach out to me on Facebook, hi duck, he duck, whatever you'd like to be called, hid uck, whatever you'd like to be called. Uh, if you reach out to me on Facebook, I can give you the link to the text sort of formal arguments that I have on non-physical consciousness. Some of it needs a little bit of adjusting, but you can overlook that and read the rest of it. Is karma strictly based on intention, or is it a mixed bag of intention and guilt relations? Am I reading that right? Okay. I'm not sure what you mean by guilt relations, but so karma is a really complex topic. So karma just means action, right? Karma means action, and for an action to be complete, the action has to have four components. So you need to, let me think of, okay, so let's think of killing, for example. So for killing to be an act of killing, you have to have the intention, to be a complete act of killing, you have to have the intention to kill. You then have to have the effort that is required, all of the stuff you need to do to sort of prepare for killing. And let's make it not a person, just like imagine it's an insect, right, in your house, for example. So for the insect, there's the being who's going to be killed, right? There's the being who's going to be killed. There's the effort that you put into thinking about, planning, okay, I'll go to the store, I'll buy the poison, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this, and actually carrying all that out. That's the effort. There's the intent where you're going, I'm going to kill this thing. There's the motivation where you're going, I'm going to kill this thing for this reason because I hate disgusting bugs, right? It's not very Buddhist, but this is how people are. And then there's what's called the completion of the act, which is, roughly speaking, is sort of like the attitude you have about the act after you have uh, the attitude you have about the act immediately after completing it. So immediately after killing, if you go, got that bastard, then with all of those pieces in place, you have a complete action, a complete karmic action. And that action, therefore, stored in consciousness as a potential or a seed, can later ripen into all four of the major ways that karma ripens. So karma ripens as four types of results that correspond to the various elements of karma. So it ripens as, and I can't remember all the names because it's been a while since I studied this, but it ripens as, it can, if it ripens fully, it'll ripen as a specific type of body, like an actual physical body. It'll ripen as the environment, so a particular type of environment. It'll ripen as natural impulses, so in this case, the impulse to kill again. And it ripens as the types of people and beings you encounter in the environment. So those are the four components. So in terms of killing, the type of body that you take on from killing is a type of body that doesn't support life very well. So since you shortened the life of another being, when you take rebirth under the influence of a karma of killing, the type of body you take on is a body that also doesn't live very long or has a great difficulty in living if it lives a long time. And a few other things. In your environment, there will be people who encourage you and so forth into thinking that killing is a really good idea. And you find that in our culture now. People think that killing all sorts of things is a really great idea, and we think about it a lot and we rejoice about it a lot. And this comes from previous actions of killing. um, in your environment, your mind, in terms of rebirth, will be attracted to environments where you are going to be killed by other things. So you will be reborn in places and in bodies where you will be killed by others. So you might be reborn as, for example, an insect that's going to be eaten by another being. So you're going to be born in places and environments and so forth where you also, a bit like a mirror, right? In your mind saw you, sort of recorded the act of killing this thing, and now the information that your mind has to build a new experience in the future is this image of something being torn apart and killed and so forth by you. And so that then becomes the environment that you're in later on, according to karmic theory. And so also the environment itself will be filled with poisonous snakes, poisonous plants. It'll be Australia. So karma has these components. Oh yeah, and then most importantly for you as a practitioner, the rest of it is sort of like there's not much you can do about it. I mean, you can do purification practice and you can accumulate merit, and there's stuff you can do. But as a practitioner, the most important part of karma is that from the past, you're going to have impulses now that came from your previous karma. So, when you're walking down the street and you see somebody, for example, and you go, man, I want to punch that person in the face. Or you go, wow, I really want to cheat on my partner with that person. Or you go, wow, I really wish I had that person's purse. I wish I had their watch. I wish I had their romantic partner. I wish my partner looked like their husband or wife or whatever, right? That immediate instinct that you don't decide to have, that first immediate reaction to the world and the experience that you don't decide to have, comes from previous action, according to sort of Buddhist psychology, you could say. Some of those happen in this life. We know this from Western psychology. But according to Buddhism, also some of these come from past lives. And so as a practitioner, when you have those sort of that initial instinct or impulse on how to act, if you've trained in meditation, you can separate yourself from that initial impulse and then exert free will and go whatever direction you want to go. But if you're a practitioner, if you're not a practitioner of meditation, then most people will follow basically their impulses of one type or another their whole life, and they're never really in control of what they're doing and where they're going, because they're just following their natural inclinations into whatever their next thing is going to be. So to actually have free will, apart from your previous karmic actions and impulses, you have to have enough space in your mind that you can see the impulse come up and then not chase it and decide to go a different direction. And so this is really important for your training. Whether or not karma is true, this still remains true, right? So the wind aspect relates to the last question that came in. Okay, we'll do one little experiment for the people that are here, since we've been here 5 hours together. You ready? Okay. This is very easy. Take your hands like this. Okay? Put them about, I don't know, a foot apart from each other. Just put them like this. All right? Just start with that. Now, what I'd like you to do is close your eyes for just a moment and just imagine that there's like a spring between your hands, like an iron spring, a really, really hard spring, but it has some give to it. You can crush it. And just mentally, as hard as you can, try to crush this thing between your hands. So do it with me now. So just crush, 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 crush. Push this thing, crushing it, crushing it, crushing it. And now as you crush, sort of like when you're working out and or whatever, and you breathe out and you go, don't make a lot of noise, but just sort of breathe out, and as if you're really trying to crush something. Crush it, crush, crush, crush. But don't let your hands touch. Okay, now just breathe in and take your hands like an inch apart. And now crush again, maybe 2 inches. And then breathing in, take it an inch apart, and then crush again 2 inches. Okay, now stop doing that and open your eyes. And now I just want you to go like this. Just make a little circle like this. Do you feel how there's a little bubble, a little there's like a almost like a magnetic feeling between the palms? So according to Buddhist psychology and Taoist psychology, along with consciousness, there's substances that aren't made of particles attached to conscious states. And so therefore, for example, us pushing intent into this space pulls some of this substance into the space, and you can actually feel it here between your hands when you after you do this sort of thing and you move it around. So along with mental activity is this some type of substance that moves with the mental activity. So again, I have a lot of these little experiments I like that people can do and basically get a little taste of something to show you that, this stuff doesn't just come from nowhere. Also, if you'll do one more little experiment with me so that we can understand, well, these systems say that there are chakras and energy systems running through your body. Again, I can show you in a very short period of time that there's a somatic or experiential element to this that makes this pretty obvious to you. So, for example, if you will, with me just for a moment, just close your eyes again. And I'm not going to give you any suggestions on what's supposed to happen. I just want you to do it and see what happens, okay? So, just take your awareness, actually open your eyes so you can see me. Just take your awareness and place it on your forehead here, just the whole forehead. And don't do anything else but put as much of your attention, really kind of cram your attention into your forehead here. Okay? That's all you got to do. Just do that for a minute. All right? So go ahead. Okay. So, no need to put a whole bunch of comments in the chat, but how many of you felt that there's extra sensation, there's extra movement, there's extra something sort of in the center area of the forehead somewhere? You just do a thumbs up or hit like on the stream or something, right? I think for most people, within about 60 seconds of placing your attention on the forehead, you notice that there's a whole bunch of extra sensations right here in the middle of the forehead for some reason, right? So when the yogis talk about you have energy centers in the body, this is what they're talking about. If you just place your attention in various parts of the body, you notice that there's places where there's like way more sensation and tingling and feeling of movement and whatever. And that's almost immediately accessible to you when you just place your attention on the body. And what the great yogis have discovered is sort of like with this exercise, right, where you're pooling some of this little substance that it has to do with intention, motivation, the movement of your mind, that when you pool more of that substance in various places that you can cause various effects in the body and in your psychology. And the Taoists, in addition to the yogis of India, both share a relatively, and the Tibetans, of course, share a relatively common technology. Roughly, they're not exactly the same, but they're very similar, which basically says that, the various parts of your body, like your heart, your lungs, your kidneys, your liver, blah, 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 that if you pay really close attention to those, they also have sort of a substances that they're not exactly like this one, and they're not exactly like this, and so they're actually like different sort of feelings that each of these substances have, and so there's like different classes of these substances, you could say. Now, whether or not they are real substances in the sense of being, uh, how to say, something that we could use a device and scan for and find with modern physics, right? If you actually just place your mind in these places and you do these practices, you will feel that there are places in your body that have way more sensation. And if you do things like qigong, you'll feel that actually these things that you can feel with the body do in fact respond to you moving them around using your mind, and that you can in fact pool them and congeal them and refine them and do stuff with them, and when you do that, that it does affect both your mind and your body. um, I'll tell you guys this because it's not an extraordinary accomplishment. It's just one of the normal things that happens if you do these practices. So, for example, in Taoist Neigong, one of the things you do is you pool a bunch of these substances in the lower abdomen. So you build a container in the lower abdomen, and you pool a bunch of this substance in the lower abdomen. And when there's enough of it, it sort of overflows and pushes up your spine. And you can feel it literally, this something goes and comes up your back. And it literally hits the top of your head, and you can feel it kind of detonate inside your skull. And then after that happens, it starts to drip back down, and you taste something that is as sweet as Coca-Cola. And then you do these techniques where you swish it around and you mix it, and then you send it back down to the lower abdomen and you store it back down there. And so there's this process of sending this stuff up and sending it back down and refining it and restoring it and doing it again and again. And so you don't need to believe anybody that that's a real thing. If you do those practices, this pretty weird stuff by conventional standards starts to happen. And so, in my perspective, is it really important whether or not these substances are real? If you can do this stuff and it creates real effects that affect the body and affect your psychology and so on, and the great meditators and yogis have used these with great effect uh, to generate states of concentration and to give them access to subtler parts of their own psychology and all sorts of stuff. If that happens, regardless, you know what I mean, regardless of whether they're uh, real stuff and not just something that occurs in our experience, let's say because of, I don't know, how our neurology is wired up or whatever. In the end, that doesn't really matter. What matters is experientially, if you work with these things as something that can be grabbed onto in subjective experience, they produce real stuff. And just as a personal note, I've had some experiences with my teacher that make me think they're not just in your head. And I'm not going to talk about that publicly, but I've had my teachers do things with these substances that basically wouldn't happen if they were just psychological phenomenon. So take that for what it's worth. Okay. Differences between Buddhism and Taoism, much like, I don't know, that's a big subject, you know. There's a lot of differences, there's a lot of similarities. I personally feel that Taoism, because it's primarily a lay tradition, it can provide you with a lot of benefits as a layperson because they're very good at teaching you how to do your practice in real life, because that's how Taoism was taught and practiced for many years. And the most popular type of Taoism, if you find a real lineage, not a BS lineage, if you find a real lineage of Taoist practice that's with properly accomplished practitioners and lineage holders, is very rich with meditative technology and so forth that can help you as a practitioner. And from my standpoint, whatever techniques you're using to generate concentration, really not so important. But as a Buddhist, you need concentration to accomplish the other parts of the path. So if the Taoists have a particular technique, for example, that allow you to generate really good concentration much easier, which humbly, I think they do have some techniques that are quite good for this. Why not use those? What's the harm in using those? Uh, my only thought, my feeling is because the Taoists trained in Chinese tantra and in Tibetan tantra and in Chan practice, they know the Buddhist stuff quite well. Uh, I think that the Taoist practices, some lineages, I think maybe peak, we could say, they peak at the same level as some of the Hindu schools from a Buddhist perspective, in that they attain a states of concentration that are extremely rarefied, but they don't do the wisdom aspect of the path. And therefore, from our standpoint, eventually the things they didn't clear up would pull them out of that state eventually after death. And they're going to be right back to rebirth. But there may also be Taoist schools, because they're so intimately connected with Buddhism, that do the wisdom aspect and then carry on. They're gaining Buddhist realizations. Edgar, there are tons and tons and tons of sutras and commentaries and so forth on karma. It's all over the place. Have I done some Nongzho? I'd like to keep that to myself, if you don't mind. What made you study Buddhism? I actually told that story earlier in the stream. So I know the stream is now 5.5 hours, but if you go back in the stream, you'll find a big chunk of my story. Okay, my friends, I finally reached the bottom of the stream. So let me say this before you all run away. As I've said many times, there'll probably be at least 500 people that attend the stream. If everybody chips in £5, then the money side of this whole thing ceases to be an issue. And I can do this with you for the next 20 years. We can hang out here, ask questions, do practice, learn stuff. So please do click in the chat one of the links, drop in 5, 10, 20, whatever you can, so that I can afford to keep the lights on and upgrade the gear here, and do my own practices so that I can be a better teacher for you. It only takes about £3,000 a month, which sounds like a bit, but there's 1,000 followers on the channel now, and that's £3 each. So between the community, it's actually not that much per person. So whatever you can chip in, please do. It means a lot, and that'll allow me to continue doing all of this with you for free. So every bit that you contribute is allowing me to do this for the entire community for free. So if that sounds good to you, please do click one of the links after the stream ends and donate whatever you can. It'll mean a lot right now, because I'm right at the beginning of this. So in particular right now, very, very meaningful. Whatever you can contribute will really help. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. This was a great stream. I'm glad that we made it this far without my whole system going down as it has in the last few days. It's very fortuitous. I will be back on tomorrow for class, although I might be editing the next video, so I don't know if I'm going to do another Q&A tomorrow. We shall see. Stay tuned. Okay? All right. Thank you all for coming. As usual, hope to see you again soon. Don't die before I do. Okay? Good to see you. Cheers.